feel the music of science and technology in the air, even at that time. After all, in the early 40s already, the first modern computer, the ENIAC computing system, was created by J. Presper Eckert and John Macaulay at the campus of the University of Pennsylvania. Probably in the early 40s, at the very same time when Kwame Krummer was studying for his master's degree in education at the University of Pennsylvania. For Krummer, there was only one future for Africa, a future based on and built on science and technology. He may not have known about machine learning, Professor Kurian. He may not have known about language processing. He may have not known about general pre-trained transformers and automation, but he was most aware of the power of communication technologies should African nation states tap fully into them. Krummer may not have been as good an environmentalist as he was a Pan-Africanist, but he was fully cognizant of the industrial and developmental implications of the fact that in his own times already, and I quote him again, giant machines make roads, they clear forests, they dig dams, they lay out aerodromes, monster trucks and planes distribute goods, huge laboratories manufacture drugs, complicated geological surveys are made, mighty power stations are built, colossal factories are erected, all at an incredible speed. End of quote. He's very aware of these massive developments. I'd like to suggest that there is more than just a hint of awareness of the thoroughgoing industrial reconfiguration that was both looming and already at play in the 1960s, symbolized for Krummer and signified by the giant machines, laboratories, power stations, and colossal factories to which he referred. Few, if any, political leaders in Africa had a keener appreciation of the extent to which, and I quote him again from this speech, science has transcended the limits of the material world and technology has invaded the silences of nature, end of quote. You see, Krummer wanted Africa to be in the forefront of the new industrial revolution which was unfolding in the world, even at that time. When Krummer alive today, how would he rate the African continent's leadership and participation in the global innovation and even in the green economy? Would he be satisfied that Africans have built on his 1963 vision? Would he be satisfied that Africans have catapulted themselves into the 4IR? Would he be happy with our transition, if we have made it at all, from the extractive industry to the AI economy? 5 years ago, my friend and colleague Chilidzima Rwala suggested in his book titled Closing the Gap that Africa was lagging behind and had to close the gap between the first and the fourth industrial revolutions. In some ways, Marwala attempts to answer some of the hypothetical questions I posed on behalf of Krummer a moment ago. More importantly, Marwala argues in his book that we need to close the gaps in our appreciation and understanding of the creeping and permanent impact of 4IR on the world and on us. And this in a world dominated by what Kai-Fu Lee calls AI superpowers, notably China and the US. Now, for a country to become an AI power, let alone a superpower, it is not an outcome of some arbitrary process controlled by some arbitrary, capricious gods hiding somewhere in the forest. It is an outcome of a short-term and long-term strategy. In this regard, it must be noted that the erstwhile South African Presidential Commission on 4IR has made a good start. They developed a strategy, and they made 8 recommendations. 1, that we as a country establish an AI institute. 2, that we begin to invest massively in human capital. 3, that we establish a platform for advanced manufacturing and new materials. 5, that we secure and avail data to enable innovation, big data. 5, that we incentivize future industries, platforms, and applications of 4IR technologies. Next, that we build 4IR infrastructure, because without 4IR infrastructure, we will run around in circles. 7th, that we review and amend or create policy and legislation and not live in a policy vacuum when it comes to our digital present and our digital future. And lastly, and perhaps one of the most important recommendations to come from that erstwhile commission, that we establish a 4IR strategy implementation council. Because it's one thing to have all of these things. If we don't have an entity that oversees and overlooks implementation, the 4IR strategy of the country may end up like all the beautiful plans and strategies that are gathering dust in government offices. Unfortunately, I can't honestly stand here and tell you that we have made great moves and improvements in the implementation of the 8 recommendations of the Presidential Commission on 4IR. In fact, I would argue that each of the 8 recommendations have yet to be implemented fully, if at all. You must, of course, recognize that we are, as the Tshwane University of Technology, part of the AI Institute of South Africa. The beginnings have been made there. There are at least 4 institutions that are part of that, but it hasn't really taken off each institution is doing what it can on its own, by itself, without much government partnership and collaboration, not to speak of private sector collaboration. And we are saying to public sector representatives who are in the House, the TUT AI Hub, which is part of the AI Institute of South Africa, is open for business. We will not wait for government forever. Government will find us as we proceed with what needs to be done. Yes, we must not scoff at the fact that South Africa has a 4IR strategy. It's a big achievement. There are countries who do not have such a strategy. But of course, to have a strategy which is not properly implemented is not very different from not having a strategy at all. The same applies to policies. The same applies to plans. The same applies to strategies, even university strategies. You can have the best worded strategy that rhymes and is easy to memorize, but if you don't implement it, you might as well not have a strategy. In his book that I referred to just above, Marwala outlines the key themes and areas that need to be included in the purview and rollout of a country 4IR strategy. It turns out that very few spheres and economic sectors are not affected by 4IR. Industry, in all its complex dimensions, is affected, deeply affected by 4IR. So the strategy will have to speak to industry in its many permutations. It also will have to speak to the new currency called data. Speak to how that area of life ought to be regulated and how we should be able to share it across departments, but also between countries when and where necessary. Business, again, cannot escape the shadow of the 4IR. And in this book, Marwala breaks it down. And of course, society in general, whether you're talking about sport or you're talking about heritage and memory. One of the basic moves we need to make is to move beyond the era of sheer fascination and romanticization of the 4IR. There's still a lot of that. For many people, 4IR is like a new toy, and maybe it's because they themselves may have just discovered its real impact. We have now reached a stage where we need to get on board the fast, we need not only to get on board the fast-moving train of the 4IR, but we must begin the difficult and necessary conversations about national digital sovereignty, for example. There's a joke that is made in one of the books I'm reading. If you were walking in the Mall of Africa, one of the biggest malls in South Africa, in Midrand, and you discovered that someone was following you, your every move, every turn, wherever you go, they just walk behind you, you would be scared and probably call the police. But that's what happens online. And we are not scared. We walk fearlessly, even though we are being tracked and traced, and that our data may be known more in New York than in Pretoria. we have to begin the difficult conversations about international policies. Of course, it's not only a negative. If you fall down in a busy street in Singapore or in Hong Kong and you are rushed to the hospital, they ought to be able to access some of your medical history. Because it is there. It has been captured somewhere. But they are probably not going to be able to get hold of it. And you might die prematurely and unnecessarily because of lack of regulation and sharing agreements. We have to start the difficult conversations about the training of AI and the regulation of AI and the nurturing of good AI while we curb bad AI, even to the point of seeking to eliminate it. This assumption that all AI is good and is a good toy, and all we need to know, we need to do is to engage it or bring it on board, is no longer sufficient. Now, let me bring my intervention to a close by telling 3 stories. I'll summarize them. There's a story which I titled Post-Work or Post-Life. In his book titled Scary Smart, Mo Goddard tells the story of humans in the year 2055. Mo Goddard is an Egyptian AI specialist, worked for Google among many other companies. And he paints this picture of humans in the year 2055, sitting around a fire deep in the forest. Provocatively, he suggests that the humans sitting around the fire could be doing this because they have reached post-work stage in their development. Because at that time, the machines will be doing most, if not all, of the jobs, especially the menial jobs. Therefore, freeing humans to be human again, as in to conduct fireside chats and storytelling all day long and deep into the evening. That's why they are sitting in the forest. But he says there's also another possibility that humans may be in the forest sitting around a fire because they may be running away from the machines who may have decided to eliminate humans. Because at that time, even now already, they can make independent decisions independent from their makers. Now, this sounds like the stuff of science fiction. But as AI develops, and as more and more human thinking and decision-making is outsourced to AI, the possibility of mortal conflict between humans and machines is not that far-fetched. Already, AI is fighting wars for humans in Ukraine and in many other parts of the world. Dazzling in its ability to execute precision bombing, bombing innocent people with no human involved except perhaps from somewhere on a hill or in a tall building in another country, in another city. So Goddard's predictions may not be that far-fetched. But here's the thing. Although Mo Goddard begins his book with this scary story, it ends with him equating machines and AI to the children we all have to learn to love And the children we all have to train so that they behave in the interest of human well-being. He urges that AI must not be left on the leashes of the tech billionaires who may have created them, whose main, if not the only aim, may be to use AI to make money. The harm of the 4IR and AI in particular on environmental sustainability is something to be spoken more about and to be mitigated. In the second story, which comes from Kai-Fu Lee, author of the book titled AI Superpowers, China, Silicon Valley, and the New World Order. He suggests that the greatest challenge we have is to facilitate human coexistence with AI. And it comes back to that theme again and again, the theme of coexistence between humans and AI. And a kind of coexistence, according to him, that is complementary, so that the machines may help humans to be more and not less human. Being a Taiwanese AI expert with vast experience at Apple and Microsoft, Kai-Fu Lee did not always value human coexistence with AI. That is until he was lying in a hospital bed in Taiwan, diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. And then he started to think, what have I been doing with my life for 40 years? I've been behaving like an algorithm. I've been behaving like an automaton. I need to change. I even missed the birth of my daughter almost because I was going to make a presentation at Apple, he says. And so he tells this story about a friend of his who went to visit him in hospital and told him that he was thinking of creating a gadget to help people like him who are lying in hospital, but also the elderly who lie in bed and are not able to move around. So they spoke about this idea, and eventually they created an iPad-like screen which you could put next to the bed of an elderly person or someone who is immobilized by illness. And what that machine would do is to give, in 2 clicks, the person lying on bed the ability to order food or to call a doctor or to buy a movie, the things that you need, some of the things that you need to get out into the street for, so that you could be able to do them on a large touch screen mounted on a stand. But when they actually tested out that gadget, it turned out that of all the functions available on the device, the one that received by far the most use wasn't the food delivery, the TV controls, or doctor's consultation. It was the customer service button. The company customer service representatives found themselves overwhelmed by a flood of incoming calls from the elderly and the sick. What was going on here? What they discovered is that when they pressed that button, they were not looking for service or food or anything. They just wanted a human being to talk to. And that was the button that was most used. And that's another arena that we have to think about. How to use AI and the 4IR to bring human beings closer to one another and not further from one another. Do you know why we eat chicken? This is the last story. So Chinua Achebe, may his soul continue to rest in power, tells this story of how one morning all the animals were going to a meeting because the town crier had summoned them all to that meeting the night before. The animals, all of them, elephants, tortoises, hyenas, all of them. And they were going to this great gathering of importance. Maybe it was like a national dialogue of sorts. But surprisingly, the chicken was headed not to the public square where the animals were going to meet, but the chicken and the chicken family were moving away, going in the opposite direction. When the neighbors and friends asked the chicken family, by chance if they had not heard the summons to the meeting, they said, oh, no, we've heard it, but unfortunately, we must attend a very important family gathering elsewhere. And then the chicken said, please convey our good wishes to the assembly, and we support every decision that will be taken there. Just count us in. And of course, what the animals were going to discuss was, what shall we do with this two-legged animal called a human being, who is tormenting, harassing, finishing us, eating us, killing us, domesticating some of us? What shall we do with this two-legged animal? And then one clever animal in the back seat said, let's offer them chicken. And of course, chicken had already supported the proposal. And so chicken was offered to human beings as an appeasement so that they may not trouble the other animals. It would be a pity if Africa was to become the chicken of the AI and 4II era. If you could substitute the animals by the different nations of the world, would South Africa, Africa, Nigeria, Sudan, Ethiopia be that chicken that went in the opposite direction and was therefore offered to the gods of AI so that they can experiment with us and play with us? To conclude properly now, let me refer to Steve Jobs' Apple advert of 1997, when some of you were not born. In 1997, there was a series of adverts of Apple with the tagline, "Think Different." And one of them had a slogan which said, "The people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do." Are you crazy enough? I encourage you to be crazy in this dialogue. Bring your wild ideas to the table. Let us use this moment in the history of the world to change it. The Tshwane University of Technology stands ready to partner with you, to work with you, and to build a bridge where industry and academia, business, big and small, government can sit and talk together about how to harness the technologies that are available to us in the ways I tried to describe above. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Another round of applause for the Prof. And of course, spotlighting some of the key issues, presenting opportunities. All I'm hearing, Prof, is opportunity, 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 because for as long as you are afforded the time to act, there stands an opportunity. So thank you once again for that opening remarks. And we are going to be swiftly moving along onto our next address, a keynote address on artificial intelligence and Africa's future, looking at problems, promises, and the pathways to global competitiveness. So we're not just having discussions for the sake of it, but we are trying to lay down a pathway that takes us to being global competitors in this particular conversation.
And the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the Chief Information Officer of Telkom Corporate, where he leads 2.7 billion IT portfolio spanning cloud, ERP, enterprise systems, and digital platforms. With more than 15 years of technical experience and leadership across telecommunications, energy, infrastructure, and defense. He is recognized for delivering complex infrastructure and digital transformation, strengthening governance, and unlocking measurable business value in highly regulated environments. Ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome Mr. Lloyd Cheho.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, switch it on. Thank you.
Maybe just...
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. It's quite humbling. Professor Maluleka, thank you so much for such an inspirational speech. And thank you, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, members of academia, industry leaders, and of course, students. It is both a privilege and an honor to join you in this distinguished conversation about the intersection of policy and technology and opportunities for inclusive growth. Maybe just to start off, I've also heard a legend about why chickens are being eaten and not parrots. The legend that I've heard also is that parrots have got an opinion. They become part of the conversation. It's difficult to eat something that's talking back to you. So, with that said, it is important that us as South Africa become part of the part of the AI story and conversation. My rendition of what as part of this address, I'll zone in focusing primarily on the issue of skills. I think Prof did a fantastic job to give us a macro approach to us being part of the conversation as far as AI is concerned. Perhaps let me start with a small but important story that talks to the issue of skills. In the past 18 months or so, we, in our organization, we welcomed a few group of interns, bright, energetic, curious. Within a few weeks, they were developing AI use cases for us. Some of our earliest MVPs, minimum viable products or proof of concepts. They came directly from them. We gave them a couple of use cases. What was striking, and it is a key lesson around the jump in skills as far as AI is concerned. What was striking was that with limited professional experience, they were advancing very quickly in applied AI development. They were experimenting with prompts, testing agentic AI workflows. They were finding ways to integrate generative models into our processes. Yes, the jury is still out on the question of whether they're able to do that at scale. And the question of at scale for us in our context refers to implementing AI for return on investment. And there's two aspects that return on investment that we look at as industry and business. One, the impact of AI to either driving an increasing revenue or bringing about cost efficiencies in our business, and thus driving the bottom line. But the learning there was the fact that their learning curve was so quickly and steep. Now, when I contrast that as well with some of our more experienced staff in certain areas, for example, experts in traditional IT systems and infrastructure, they found, to some extent, difficult to adjust to these new approaches of AI. So this example reflects more broadly that skills that once defined careers in technology are evolving rapidly. And new generations are often learning differently, sometimes faster. And this presents an immense opportunity for AI and skills acquisitions in that particular field. And this hits home to the point that Prof. Malulega made earlier, that this is not an ideal, it's not a fantasy dream of an idle mind. We have the opportunity to really scale and rapidly build capability as far as AI is concerned. Now, there is an argument also, if you go to the likes of Gartner, that has been made that the half-life of skills is rapidly collapsing. So by half-life, we generally refer to how long a skill remains relevant before it begins to deteriorate in terms of value. So there's few, and depending on what research you look at, Gartner, for example, estimates that many technical skills have now a half-life of less than 5 years, predominantly also in AI. Sometimes between 2 or 3 years, well, two or 3 years. What Gartner also tells us is nearly half of today's core skills will change or evolve within the next 5 years. CIOs, including ourselves, globally we identify, AI, generative AI, cybersecurity, the core common critical skills as core capabilities. Yet 1/3 of organizations are systematically limited in terms of these skills, and we do not have an inventory nor limited plans in terms of how to address this. The issue of skills, though, we started viewing it differently. What I mean is we started looking at it from what we call dual horizon. So the earlier skills that I've mentioned refer to what we call Horizon 1, which are, the common narrated critical skills as far as AI is concerned. Those, you will hear it in a lot of commentary: data engineering, architecture, cybersecurity, cloud, machine learning, LLMs, and so forth. That's what's been communicated as core skills. However, we started wondering, with collaboration between industry, government, and academia, we need to prepare for 2 horizons, the core skills that will help us to rapidly apply these skills and to address the current requirements. There's greater opportunity, though, and within the context of South Africa as well, to start thinking or considering what we call Horizon 2 or frontier skills. And Professor Malulega's rendition as well was quite important aspect in stating that these are not dreams of an idle mind, because these frontier skills, we tend to think, number one, that South Africa and Africa as a whole is left behind, and that tends to discourage us to venture into those frontier skills. Yes, the core skills that I've mentioned are quite critical. Thus, for us to create differentiation for the future and have competitive advantage as a country, we need to start thinking about these frontier skills. And I'll mention quite a few examples in a short while of what these frontier skills are. The reason why I bring this aspect of dual horizon is that with the earlier core skills that I've mentioned, yes, there is quite demand at this stage. However, in the near future, there will be an oversupply and oversaturation of these skills. So you will come across data engineers all over the place, cybersecurity for AI, cloud native deployment, and so forth. So the indications are those native skills would become quite saturated. But frontier skills is what we also ought to be considering. And as I was preparing this last night, I thought to myself, oh, is this a pipe dream or an idle dream of a mind, as Prof has said? So just to give you an example, semiconductors and microelectronics, lithography, chip packaging, embedded AI circuits at university level. To what extent are we investing in those? For example, I know, at the University of Pretoria, there's the Fuchs Institute of Microelectronics. The collaboration between industry, academia, how much are we investing to upgrade and bring advanced technologies, for example, in that institute? And I presume, for example, at TUT and other universities, there might be the likes. Quantum computing, it's a frontier technology that we read about, but to what extent is Africa and South Africa engaged, particularly at a research and development level, notwithstanding the need, as I mentioned earlier, for the core skills. AI-driven material science, I think Prof touched on it as well. So those are a few examples of frontier skills that we believe that, as a hypothesis, these are presenting an opportunity for preparing us for a competitive advantage in the future once the Horizon 1 core skills become an oversaturation. So one of the questions that we generally battle with or think about is around collaboration, or how would this be done? So if the first Horizon skills teaches us, they help us with agency. The second, as I've mentioned, the second Horizon highlights the opportunity. So how do we prepare for this, as I've said earlier? There has been a great progress already been made, but there remains clear opportunity, as I've alluded earlier. And this opportunity lies within alignment between academia and industry. And we've done these in the past. I can point to various industries. For example, in the past, defense. There was a collaboration in the defense industry, universities, the likes of CSIR, research institutions, ARMSCO, and the likes of Denel, for example. They created those frontier skills. And speaking from experience, for example, in the past, some of our missile technology were renowned in the world because we created those frontier skills, but it was through deliberate collaboration across these particular entities. So, and I won't be long. This requires, as Prof also would have alluded, it's interesting that he mentioned the same thing. It requires deliberate action, which requires foresight, planning, and investment at scale. And the investment at scale is quite an important aspect. What we mean by that is that in the manner that we need to think about these skills is that they shouldn't remain scattered pockets of excellence. So what happens is that a particular university, say the Fuchs Institute of Microelectronics, they do advanced work in microelectronic circuit design, and it's at a micro level. Those particular individuals get taken up into industry across the world. Those core skills remain very limited in the country. So what we require is foresight. So adopt this dual horizon model, focus on core skills today, build skills, taxonomies, and inventories, both in academia and the workforce. The strategic planning between universities and academia, and industry, whereby at the core of it, what we call economic clusters are being created. As I mentioned earlier, similar to the defense and the motor industry, whereby collaboration between universities, those particular institutes, economic industry specialists doing projects at scale, and the creation of incubation hubs that will drive the adoption of these technologies. So this would move us from isolated areas of excellence to being able to implement these projects at scale. So that is a core of my message around the opportunities that lie between these two frontiers of economic, of areas of differentiation for imparting next generation skills into the country. So in conclusion, we move from just the basic core skills that are required today to respond to these changes in AI, but rather to more areas of differentiation through the creation of economic clusters to create an environment for differentiation for the country. So that is the essence of my message to academia, to industry, to the students, that we ought to also be experiencing and thinking about these areas of differentiation. Thank you so much.
Consider.
A round of applause for Mr. Cheho. Another round of applause, please.
When we say round of applause, we mean round of applause. Tongue in cheek, of course. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And throughout the day, we'll just be recognizing within the audience or in and amongst us, there are some really, really important people in terms of pioneers, people who are shaping the future that we would like, listening to Prof earlier on, and just his thinking cap in how he views the world. And I found myself thinking, sheesh, what a privilege for students of the university, the Tswana University of Technology, that they have to be led by somebody like him. And then he quickly referenced my VC back in the day when I was in university. That's back in the day, who was also a pioneer. So really, it's important to acknowledge the Human Resources GM from the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality, and Adepule Mulala Nyane, apologies. The GM for Employee Relations from Transnet, Newa Bodiwe, Acting Chief Executive Officer for the South African Institute for Government Auditors, Sello Malatsi. And throughout the day, we'll be spotlighting some of the people that you can go and network with as students, people you can go and network with, hear me, people you can go and introduce your wild ideas, because that is the gift of being young. We're going to swiftly move along onto our next keynote address, because we've spoken about now the problems, the promises, and as Upud Lloyd has spoken in terms of the lens which we need to view the particular conversation, we are now looking at what are the pathways to resolving Africa's development challenges. So what are those pathways? What are those opportunities as we speak about AI and sustainable development?
And the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is the chairperson of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, a qualified electronic system engineer and an information technology certified professional. Mr. Mutiwi has over 3 decades of working experience in the ICT sector, ranging from telecommunication, satellite, lotteries, and broadcasting. Mutiwi has an extensive leadership portfolio which extends to executive positions in both public and private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, help us welcome Mr. Mutiwi Glenview Ramusi.
Sorry. You need to be analog as well. Eh? It's digital and analog. Sure. Cool. Good morning. Thanks, Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much for the honor. And I see many of us here, we didn't take instruction of the theme. You see myself and the VC in blue. And I think TUT, because it's blue, that's the dominant color. So when I looked at the invitation, I asked myself, must I wear white, red? So don't be surprised when you see this blue. I was observing protocol. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I've been given a task just to share with you this morning. Amongst other things, pathways of finding solutions. That seems to be a challenge, not only in South Africa, but within the continent. And as you've heard my profile, you know, as engineers, sometimes we really want to speak short. We don't want to be too long. So I tried my best not to be too technical, to try and find a balance between, as a regulator, having worked in policy, how should I actually interact with the professionals, students, and even our ladies that are serving tea so that they understand what this topic is all about. So let me start and say, Prof, in your absence, I saw Deputy VC as well. Let me acknowledge you. Let me acknowledge Ntate Sidiso. Mutlomi, you've heard that Sidiso has been the man behind the scene. I have Ntate Tshepo Tshweni as well. He's been behind the scenes. These are the people that have been interacting. I was Khomotso as well. I've got my ICASA colleagues here. And let me recognize the professional and the change gamers, because you know we've got change makers within our midst. Fellow speakers that are going to come later, ladies and gentlemen, and to our esteemed learners, Tobel. Tobel means dumelang. Okay, for those that perhaps may not know. All right, we gather today at the intersection of two transformative forces: artificial intelligence and sustainable development. Each holds immense promises to all of us. Together, they offer a pathway to a future that is not only smarter, but also fairer, greener, and more inclusive. We all know, MCs, that Africa is a land of promise, rich in culture, abundant in resources, and home to the youngest population in the world. If I were to ask in our audience, those that are less than 35, if you could just stand. 35 and down. 35 and down. It's an interactive discussion. I think we've got almost the majority being youth and young. That's very encouraging. I needed to do this because at times you speak about solutions and you talk to the elderly, and sometimes we tend to forget. So I'm glad that we've got a majority of youth. I think you need to applaud yourself. Yeah. Thank you very much. I had to do this because most of what we are talking about for the future, it's about the youth, on how you need to reposition and the posture that you need to take in solving problems of today and the future. So I had to do that so that I bring you closer to my speech as well. So we know that yet, despite our immense potential, I've seen the youth here, we continue to face a complex web of challenges that hinder our progress and test our resilience. In the main, just to share with you the challenges that we are facing within the continent, I think Prof spoke about the digital divide and the infrastructure gaps. I come from an institution as a regulator. We regulate the telecommunication, broadcasting, and postal sector. Amongst other things, as ICASA, which stands for the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa, is to make sure that when we license the likes of your Vodacoms, your MTNs, infrastructure should actually translate not only in urban and cities, but you need to go down into the Sikisiki, my village where I come from, Gobotokwa in Limpopo. So if you don't have infrastructure, what we're talking about AI, this will just be a pipe dream. So it's important that we find ways of accelerating infrastructure rollout, not only in urban, but in rural as well. One other challenge is the human capital gaps. I think my colleagues from Telkom spoke a lot about what kind of set we need for the future, and talk more about how then we need to provide solution. The issue of data sovereignty and ethics is a challenge. I think you've known, for those that are involved in IT, you've always asked questions. When you log in into Google, I know that you're asking yourself, where is this information stored? Who's accessing this data? You're sending those emails on Google, Gmail, who's managing it? That should be some of your challenges and questions that you need to ask and say, how do we then reverse that as a challenge? Because we're all on teams and we do things and somebody might be watching and doing other things. So issues of data sovereignty and ethics, it's key and it's a challenge, but we need to find a solution for a South African problem that we're facing in Africa. The other challenge is policy and regulatory gaps. I've listened so far to the two speakers, and I'll be listening to many of those that are coming. When we talk AI and many others, the big question that we still need to answer is, are we ready from a policy point of view? Do we have regulatory frameworks that are available to support what the future requires? Because in an absence of a policy framework, regulatory framework, that becomes a challenge for implementation, because you'll find yourself that you don't have order in anything that you do. The other challenge is the dependency on issues of climate vulnerability. We know the issue of power. Well done to Eskom. We've heard that they've done some good work in terms of profit margins, but we need to make sure that there's energy, provision of electricity in what we do, because pathways in providing solutions will not just require infrastructure rollout, but you need to power those data centers. So energy is key. So today I speak not only to highlight these challenges, but to inspire collective action to overcome them. Africa is poised as defining crossroads in her developmental journey, where bold choices and innovation solutions are bound to shape a more inclusive and sustainable future. What is key when we talk about AI and solution, I think for those that I was addressing from the young generation, inclusivity, sustainability, they go hand in hand. You cannot, therefore, when you're going to be developing those algorithms, the issue of language, it's going to be key on how best then you can bring everybody into the mainstream. We know most of us, we grew up in rural areas, and sometimes change management, it's key to adapt to new things. So partly, this solution in a pathway to find solution is the posture on how you engage. So skills, communication, not being too technical, but being practical. It's how you can come up with a program to find a solution for the future. Our continent is brimming with potential young, and I'm glad I've seen it today, and rich resources. I mean, very smart in Africa. Africa's youth represent both a challenge as an extraordinary opportunity for the continent's development. I've done a little bit of research. The United Nations, I think the Office of the Population, in the youngest population in Africa, I'm told that there's about 60% of population under the age of 25 in Africa. So you can see that Africa is the home to the youngest population in the world. Now, if you look at those statistics, now the question is, what kind of framework foundation do we then have to put in so that we keep you excited about the future? I've mentioned the Office of the Special Advisor. It says that, I quote, by 2030, young Africans will make 42% of the global youth population. Mark that, global. This demographic shift is a powerful force for economic growth, innovation, and social transformation. Youth are increasingly active in entrepreneurship, climate activism, digital innovation, and democratic movements. But despite this outlook, we continue to face persistent challenges: poverty, inequality, climate vulnerability, unemployment gaps in education and health care, and weak infrastructure. So these challenges may be complex, but they are no match for the strength, resilience, and inequity of the African spirit. While our economies grow, the benefits are not reaching everyone. The informal sector dominates, and many young people are left without access to decent work or entrepreneurial support. Master of ceremonies, we have observed in many other situations how political program is being used as a transformational tool to solve Africa's challenge. Though, only if it is well designed. If you do have a political program, it has to be well designed, it must be inclusive, and it must have a long-term vision that is supported by a monitoring and evaluation framework. We have noted that, when you have a political program and you don't have a proper mechanism to monitor the impact, then the future sometimes it becomes difficult to predict on what to plan. So it is in every citizen's interest that such a program should provide a clear vision supported by well-defined governance structures and authority needed to address systematic issues and mobilize resources across sectors. Political programs often rely on surveys and reports, which can slow and incomplete. It's all manual, as I said. Therefore, AI will provide real-time data analysis, predictive modeling for policy outcomes, and geospatial insight for targeted interventions. I'm sure all of us here, you've been asking questions that in the 30 years of our democracy, have we not been able to come up with models that we can predict the future on how to rezone our areas in rural, in townships? You'll see that the challenges that we're facing today perhaps is we're all doing these things manually. And if you don't have good skills in spatial planning, it becomes a problem now where you see Mikuku, Spazas, they all come in, and very soon in Menlyn, you'll have Mikukus, because if you don't predict the movements of people, we'll find empty spaces, and that's how we put shacks. So you'll see how AI is going to assist those that are planning in municipalities, because it starts in the foundation. So it's important that in navigating the future, we're going to utilize a smart way of predicting the future and put beautiful models, and then you can look at even the movements of people and the behavior. That's how Africa's problems are going to be resolved in all the computer scientists that we have here. So modeling and analytics, it's a key aspect to the future. But we need visionary leadership and cooperation between amongst ourselves, and innovative solution, including the strategic use of technology, and in particular, as I said, AI. We can turn adversity into opportunities. In my view, artificial intelligence is complementing political programs in solving Africa's challenges by acting as a strategic enabler, enhancing the effectiveness, speed, and reach of policy-driven initiatives. We are going for elections next year. Many countries within Africa are preparing for elections. The question is, lesson learned in the past 20, 30 years. Are we now in a position to advise all political parties on what messaging must be put in their manifestos? Do we have evidence to provide that as a discussion point? So I'm giving this, I think, to those that are getting into the AI space to say that solutions are there. It's a question of how do you then position yourself? Shift of mind, and you need to be smart. And I think given that we're a smart nation, solutions can be sought for the future. But what we need is, we need predictions so that we can avert disaster and we can push collaboration and inclusivity in our program. We know that AI It's critically important in solving Africa's development challenges. As I said, it offers scalable, data-driven. I don't know how many of us, when we go to our ward meetings, where we stay, and interact with our ward councillors. I heard in Zimbabwe, Nigeria, because this is an African paper, every time when you have Mbizo, Khotla, Leachorong, the data that has been collected in the past 100 years, what are we doing with that data? If we're not mining it, we're not going anywhere. So I'm giving you this because it's an appetite to say next time when you meet with your ward councillors, give them a challenge and say, bring that data. And let's get that collaboration with the likes of the CI, CSIR, high performance centers, and we do that data analytics and we mine. Because otherwise, as I said, disaster will happen, we'll all perish. Because we don't even know when is the next snow coming. We've had it now in October last year. Perhaps this year, again in November, we might have snow in South Africa. Have we been doing pattern checks? That's the kind of things that we need to take advantage of AI, thinking about the future. MCs, I think let me cut because time. I'm going to go straight now to my closure so that I save time for my other colleagues. So in this journey, AI should be designed to enhance human well-being, dignity, and autonomy. The issue of ethics, I know that you get carried away sometimes when you do your codes, when you put those algorithms. What's going to be important in solving our problems within the continent, you need to be ethical. Things that you put behind the black box, I might not be privy to the methods, the flows that you have, but the outcome of what I interact with, it must be a trusted outcome. Otherwise, we'll be taking things differently. I was saying the other day to my grandson, the latest music, it's influencing the future. I was dancing to my gom-gom, and I said, now if you see how music, it's turning us around. Social media, we are so influenced by the social media. So it becomes important to say, when you see these new moves, who is trying to influence you and why? AI can do the same. So it's going to be important that whilst we are saying, let's solve futuristic challenges, problems, make sure that there's ethical things that you do in the best, because otherwise, Magumba will become a new way of living. Because you don't know what's this Magumba, and yeah, you can see somebody's trying to take us somewhere through music. So be careful. And in closing, I think for me, then the takeaways for you, colleagues, and the professionals that are in the house, we know that several countries within Africa are marred by corruption activities. As a solution, the developed algorithms, for those that are going to be doing it for AI, must align with ethical norms, human rights, and democratic values. So to address this virus, corruption virus, and never be biased. I know when you write and you code, biasness tends to happen. I'll make sure that this algorithm is the one who's writing it in Zulu, it must think Zulu. So you must not be biased in the solution that you come up. It must be something that is neutral, inclusive to those that are going to consume. So biasness, it's a no-no when it comes to AI for the future. Because we know that this thing can be an issue for many of us. We must build transparent, accountable, and responsive institutions. Now, for the fact that I'm here today, I'm very proud because I think what TUT is doing and continue to do, it demonstrates that it's not just about talk. I think we need to be practical in our approach. And I must applaud the management of the Institute, especially now we're looking at the future of works, because good governance is the foundation of development. If you don't have proper academic curriculum, we are faced with challenges in the future. So it's going to be important that we must invest in digital public infrastructure. I spoke about what ICASA were doing to advance. Our regulators within the continent go through all those social media platforms, look at what Botswana is doing, what Zimbabwe is doing, Malawi is doing. We are collaborating through organizations which are regional, just to make sure that we advance this pathway. When you come in as developers, the infrastructure must be there, cybersecurity frameworks should be in place, and make sure that even the human capital required within the continent, we are all aligned. And I think I'm glad to inform you that in the background as regulators, supported by policy developers, we are making sure that AI is not just a talk, but the infrastructure that needs to support all those big data sets are accommodated within the traffics that you'll be building. So what do we take home today, this morning? I think the takeaway I would like to leave you with the following. We need support from policy and regulations. I've indicated countries within Africa, we're on one unit now to make sure that we develop common standards, frameworks. When you talk AI, when you talk data sets, it's important that cybersecurity and the broadband infrastructure becomes common. The advancement of digital literacy, I think for TUT, one challenge, all the imbizos, get all the AIs, let them come back in our tribal council. Let's talk about the importance of curriculum and how traditional leaders can use AI in terms of giving us instructions. And finally, the inclusion of persons with disability and women. I think there are issues that you cannot write for people if they are not part of the process. So it's going to be important that in this journey, when we find solution for Africa, get the user. Let's not talk as professionals. So the next workshop is to get the young. Basic education should be in the house so that when we start writing curriculum next year for Africa, it starts with grade R, so that when we get to the university, PhD, masters, postdoctoral, we've already started our kids at kindergarten. So that would have been my speech for you, just to share, but as I said, I thought let me give you an appetite so that you can see that solutions are there, but it's a change of mindset and a political will in what we do. But thank you very much, MCs, and to the TUT team. Thank you. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Mutibi Ramusi.
Sure. Thanks.
Before I get to the next item, I'd like to pose a question to the audience, particularly the youth, because I saw that there's a couple of people that were standing up. I couldn't stand because I'm not youth anymore. So what is the most important thing, the point that you picked up? I'll give you 10,000 after the event.
Only 10.
If I don't, you can get me arrested. It's fine. I think, yeah, so I'm just trying to get everyone to pay attention. I know it's a lot of information, but the main aim is for you to take something home.
Yeah.
So I just want one person to tell us what is the point that they picked up from Mr. Ramusi around the youth and South Africa. There's a hand, and I'm going to pick you. I'm not sure if you're going to be audible, but
we can repeat.
we
We can repeat.
we can repeat it.
If we can hear you,
Yes,
the rest of the room
lady
will.
with the suit, gray suit. Oh, it's beige. Okay, the lights are in my face. Go for it.
My favorite point that he made was about our preparation with energy for IR and 5IR. Because especially with ChatGPT and everything we're using now, there's a big concern about how much water, how much electricity, all of these new developments are going to require. We're already so behind in terms of our energy capabilities. And when he brought it up, new fear unlocked, because I'm wondering how we can be able to match our dreams with what we're able to do at the time, at this moment, as well as, you know, what be able to provide more opportunities for the youth.
Thank you so much.
In summary, there's an opportunity presented within artificial intelligence, but if you're a South African youth and you're a dreamer, there's a new fear that is unlocked. Do we have energy capacity that will unlock those capabilities? Can we continue to dream and not worry that our energy supplies will not stifle our dreams? In summary, I think that is what that young person was sharing.
Thank you so much for that. Before we move to the next item,
I
I'd
just
like
want to check. Since it was a collaborative effort, we are sharing the pot.
Oh, the 10 million.
Yeah, I am. I am youth. I may have graduated a long time ago, but I am youth.
I would like to acknowledge the following people. Mr. Ephraim Tlhako, Acting CEO of Film and Publication Board. Mr. Malibongwe, excuse me if it's not a Mr., it's a Miss. Malibongwe Klaba, Acting GM, Green Youth Network. Wana Mukoni, CEO of Abbott Technology. Shakes Mutsilili, CEO of Alumni Energy Investments. Bokang Matekani, CEO of Balo Projects.
Again, young people, make note of those names, start Googling, and then find them during the breaks. This is your chance.
Okay, and the next item, we are looking into algorithms, from algorithms to accountability, governing AI and sustainable development.
Yeah, and I really loved what Undademu TV was saying just now, in that if we're going to find solutions, we must make sure we incorporate the people and not come up with solutions that do not speak to the people. And so to speak about the next, or rather to give us the next address, is Prof. Anish Kurin, who is a full professor here at the university, at the Tshwane University of Technology within the Department of Electrical Engineering. Since June 2024, he has been appointed as the director of the TUT Hub of the Artificial Intelligence Institute of South Africa, a national initiative that is driven by the Department of Communications and Digital Technology. And since 2010, where am I now? He has been the director of the French South African Institute of Technology here at TUT, a French-South African bilateral collaboration since 2010. And also he has headed the Telkom Center of Excellence here at TUT since 2010 as well. So we look forward to hearing from you, Prof. Anish Kurin. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And that's for you. Thank you.
You can hear me now. Shana? There we go. It sounds like I'm doing a lot. Sometimes I have to wake up in the morning and decide, what am I, who am I in the institution? But I think we are in that space where the evolution of technology is happening so fast that we can't disconnect. I like the presentation that was done by Ikasa. I mean, you need connected devices, for which we need spectrum. Yeah, it's an important part. We were actually quite happy to listen to you. And those are enabling mechanisms. We need enablers to ensure, just like the point that was made about power, we need power. If we want to run data-hungry cloud mechanisms locally, you need energy. If you have a challenge with energy, how do you run that? Data sovereignty that was mentioned. How do we ensure that we own the data that we're generating? There's a lot of hype about data generation, which is happening. But who owns the data? Is it locally owned, or is it owned by the big corporates? A lot of questions to be asked. Thank you for the opportunity. I will try and stick within time. Where's Elisa? 15 minutes, yeah? I'm a prof, you know that. We tend to prophesy, but anyway, that's... thank you for the opportunity to speak here. You know, amongst our circle of colleagues, I see one of my colleagues there in the dark. Our challenge is to stick to time. Sorry, I'm already going beyond time. But that just demonstrates the passion we have in this space. In terms of being intentional, if we believe that the country needs to make this marked move in creating capacity in the AI space, you need to be intentional. You need to capacitate, you need to enable the youth of tomorrow to know about AI. How can I take advantage and exploit it to create solutions for our local market? And I think that's quite important. And this led to us a sort of launching and hosting one of the hubs that aims to create a national institute that is able to make impact in the use of AI and the frontiers with regard to skills. And I think that's our objective. Not quite the topic of my talk for today, but it's just to give you some perspectives of where I come from and what we are trying to do in partnership with government. There's some challenges, as you would have heard from our VC, with regard to this initiative, but we have decided to move on. How do we take hold of AI, create value out of it, create impact in the society, and bring value in the sense that it is used for good? Yeah, you would hear the fears of AI, but there's a lot of advantages. I'm joined by many colleagues. I apologize in advance if I pick one of you. Many profs here that are working in this space, looking at how do I bring impact in the agriculture sector. Prof. Pius is here with me. We have a project that we are starting with Telkom. I'm sorry, the Telkom colleague has left. It's called the Agri-Tech project, where we want to work with small-scale farmers in taking advantage of AI capabilities to bring benefit to small-scale farmers. But it's not just about the AI. You need technologies that can sense. Yeah? How do you collect this data in an effective way? You need communication devices. You need processing capability. What if you don't have cloud access? You need edge devices that can do processing. There's many challenges in creating end-to-end solutions. Yeah? But how do you do this effectively in a partnership that is comprising of academia, industry, like Telkom, and the end users, small-scale farmers, so that they can take advantage? My presentation has finally come. Anyway, thank you. So there's a lot of activity, a lot of opportunity, and as was said, how do we take hold of these opportunities? So the title of my presentation today is just looking the accountability. Who takes responsibility, and how do we govern AI effectively, so that on the one side, it needs to be controlled, as was highlighted before, but on the other side, you don't stifle development, which we need. Yeah? So it needs to be, there is a trade-off to some extent. Will we get it on the screen? Yeah. Okay. My apologies, it can't come on there, so I'll just talk through it. That's a pity. You would have got to see a lot of AI stuff, but anyway. If we look at different bodies that have been recommending how best to move with AI, UNESCO has demonstrated in one of their papers that there's a lot of unprecedented opportunities that are being seen with the adoption of AI. We've seen the opportunities in healthcare. We have a project, by the way, Prof. Karim Jouani is sitting in the audience. I like to speak with my audience. I'm a teacher, yeah, by profession. So I need feedback, yeah. One of the projects that we've been looking at is, you know that today AI is being used in helping with prognosis in cancer treatment. Yeah? So this basically taking biopsies, taking scans, imaging them, digitalizing them, and then basically running them through machine learning algorithms to predict potential for cancer. Yeah? But if you take a multimodal approach, that is combination of different sources of data, not just image based, but take health records of the individual and see how the health history of the person could be provide markers or indicators to better diagnose and even propose prognosis and diagnosis for such patients. Sometimes even the best of experts fail to pick up, you know, that there's potential. Why not use AI as an aid to assist, not to replace, depends on your point of view, but to aid such doctors in better diagnosing. There's a lot of opportunity there. We spoke about the agriculture sector. We know how climate is changing. It's putting a lot more pressure. How do you ensure food security in such contexts? Use of technology that's able to study weather patterns, is able to then propose to farmers what's the best time to irrigate, what's the best time to use pesticides or reduce the use of pesticides in some cases. So there's a lot of opportunity, as is highlighted by UNESCO. McKinsey & Co., for those that know it, the company that does a lot of research and presents a lot of documents related and research studies, estimated that African economies could unlock over $100 billion annually just from generative AI. And that's not counting just AI and machine learning, generative AI, Prof. Pius. And these are areas that we have identified. Prof. Pius has a very active group looking at how we can empower students in the use of generative AI and use it for greater good. So there is definitely opportunity, as we saw. The issue is, with these rapid changes, it's going so fast. Yeah, we see how when ChatGPT came on board, versions of ChatGPT, the rate at which it's growing is extremely rapid. How do we deal with the ethical concerns, as was raised by my previous presenter? The challenge we have, a lot of these AI systems embed biases. Yeah, we've heard about that. What do you mean by that? My point of view, when I'm programming, I tend to bring my perceptions into the coding that I'm using, which might be biasing another individual. And the question is, how do we create unbiased systems? The other challenge is, how do these platforms infringe on the human rights of individuals? If an AI system is making a decision that infringes on my rights, then there's a challenge with the use of such platforms, where one person is benefited over the other. So these are issues that need to be considered while taking advantage of the use of such platforms. Looking at a strategy, how would you come about with developing a comprehensive accountability strategy? There are some key components that need to form part of such a strategy. One is, what's happening we're looking at Africa, right? Yes, we know it's happening at global scale, but in Africa, what's happening? There are continental frameworks, for example, that have been released that look at a guideline on the use of AI. What about national legislation? We've been hearing about AI policies. Where are we at as South Africa? For those that are not aware, we don't have a policy yet. It's been in the making as far as I can remember, but hopefully it'll pop out soon. Yeah, but we're getting there. That's the good news is we're getting there. There was a policy framework that was launched by the DCDT in August 2004, last year, and we're currently going through different processes to eventually get it to Parliament. So there is movement with regard to the policy. But that's important, it's crucial. We talked about technical requirements. To run AI effectively requires technology. But it also needs to have the issues of transparency and your ability to audit it. How do you ensure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing? One thing that tends to be missed in these sort of engagements is what is the role of civil society when it comes to AI? So the issue of multi-stakeholder participation in developing policies is quite important. For interest's sake, when the DCDT undertook the responsibility of crafting this AI policy, one of the strategies was to be inclusive, bring people from different sectors of society to provide comments on the use of AI on different aspects, from the technology side to the ethical side to data sovereignty. There were many working groups. We were part of it as academia and were able to provide input from the academic side. As was mentioned, we need to create capacity. How do you develop curricula that responds to it, for example? So a comprehensive strategy requires us to look at blending these four aspects so that you're able to ensure that AI misuse doesn't create algorithmic biases, as we mentioned, and at the same time so that we can harness the potential of AI. We don't stifle it. So there's always this concern. If you over-regulate, what happens? You tend to then stifle the potential of the technology. So there must be this balance. I hope I'm okay with time. The Continental AI Strategy tries to provide this high-level vision for ethical and responsible AI development across Africa, aligning deployment with AI's, with the AAU's Agenda 2030 goals. And there's some interesting goals. There are 5 goals. If you go into the AI, Continental AI Strategy, it looks at things like, for example, how do we harness the benefit of these AI technologies? How do we create partnerships? Because you need partnerships in being able to achieve this. How do we safeguard so that we, I would say, embed ethical principles and have democratic values? So there's some key, I would say, goals that are stipulated in the Continental AI Strategy. If you look at then adopting some of these aspects in developing national policies, these are quite critical in ensuring then you have a guiding set of principles in how you deal with AI. At a national level, I spoke about the national policy. We have different legislative frameworks. For example, we all know POPI Act. There is this new cloud policy that has been adopted. So there are different policies already around data. You need to protect your data. Who owns it? What are the policies regarding privacy? Are my rights as an individual being protected? My VC spoke about health records. It's quite important when I move from one hospital to how many people here, I can't see, thanks to the lights in my eyes. Do you go to one hospital? Do you do one doctor? Sorry, I won't look at who puts their hands up, so your information is protected. But you get what I'm saying. If I want to go from one doctor, I'm seeing a GP. My GP still uses handwritten notes. He's been doing that for the last 15 years. It's on paper. Tomorrow, Karim, I want to go to a new GP. What must he do? Where will he get my historical data? It's sitting on paper, not digital form. Okay, I'm over-exaggerating, but I'm just giving an example. It needs to be digitized. If that can be on a national system, a project that we're looking at, for example, so that it's anonymized, so that it's accessible. The private hospitals are doing it, by the way. You can go to any hospital and draw your medical records. So if you're sitting somewhere in another country, I should be able to access my medical records that could be the decision between whether I survive or not. Yeah? So the question then still comes, how is that information regulated so that it still protects me, so that my information or my personal information is not infringed? So there needs to be laws. The concept of human-centric development, this is an aspect that we speak about when we talk about AI. How does it adopt cultural values, African cultural values, so that it's aligned to our local contexts? And these AI oversight bodies, who takes the responsible of oversight if something goes wrong, which is quite important. We need to look at technical accountability when it comes to AI as well. So for example, governance must ensure that AI systems never displace the human responsibility. When you have automated cars, you see in many countries, not many countries, but in some countries, I won't say which ones, where you have now autonomous taxis, for example. Yeah, you can do your Uber, have your car, come fetch you, driverless, take it to your destination. What happens if that car is involved in an accident? Who takes responsibility? Yeah, so meaning there should be some questions about who takes responsible. The human at the end of the day, the human systems are still responsible. There must be clear responsibility for AI-caused harms where human actors, to some extent, must be held accountable. There's this whole issue of combating biases. There must be transparency when you build code and explainability. For those that don't know that word, write it down. What does explainability when it comes to AI mean? You must be able to demonstrate how your AI algorithm came to a decision, yeah, so that the bias part is taken out. It must be clearly explainable. Yeah? So this is an area when we build responsible AI, we need to embed the concept of transparency and explainability. And then this last part on multi-stakeholder, I'm almost done, I promise. I'll be like the VC, I'm almost done. Inclusive stakeholder participation, I think policy making must be consultative. We've seen this in the local South African context. We've had many advisory bodies. NACI was one body that put together an advisory body. Again, we were together, some of our colleagues as academia on those bodies. We've played with GIZ, for example, that developed an AI maturity index, again played a role. And this was to bring different role players from society to give input. It's quite important. The point of AI literacy, we speak about, many years ago when you came into varsity and you package your programs, computer literacy was important. Those that have been to universities would know. I'm also youth. I wanted to say that up front. I'm also youth. Computer literacy was an important component you had to complete. Is that still relevant? Maybe we need to, Prof. Pius, check it out. It must be AI literacy. That must be minimum in all our programs. And as was mentioned, kindergarten, they are learning young. You give a 7-year-old today a phone, they can probably use it better than, there's some things I don't know. I'm too young to figure out how it works. I'm just saying. And the biggest challenge, I think, even as us in South Africa, how are we investing in AI? Are we really investing? Look across the world, globally. The commitment, whether it's government, industry, if we're real, true, needs investment. So those that have really big pockets, as the VC mentioned, we're open for business. Please come. We'll help you sign your checks. It's for a worthy cause. We need to be intentional if we really want to have this marked sort of development that is local. The other point of investment, one point that we must also, as a take-home, we tend to be consumers. Yeah, as what it sometimes looks flashy when it comes from, as My MC spoke about Apple phones. Yes, I'm an Apple. I'm a converted one. Yeah, but it seems always flashy if it comes from outside. We need to move towards being just consumers to developers, locally built, built by South Africa for local requirements. And I think that is something that we need to focus. Conclusion, I'm done, almost done, almost. Ensuring AI accountability in Africa requires this comprehensive approach. It needs to take into account these continental frameworks, national legislation, technical safeguards, and multi-stakeholder collaboration. I spoke about this project that we are running now, initiating early stage with industry, small-scale farmers, and academia collectively for a common good. Establishing these structures and building local capacity with oversight ensures that we have this opportunity to harness this $100 billion opportunity we have in using Gen AI, for example, in generating value while protecting human rights and democratic value. AI governance, my last point, should be rooted in ethical principles, democratic values, human rights, and the rule of law. And this was stated in the African Union's continental AI strategy. It was very quick. I feel that I want to just open. That was my introduction, but that's my time for now. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Karim. Really appreciate that insightful appetizer and nothing more, because now we are about to move on to the panel discussion, the first of the day, which is then a combination of all the speakers that you have heard from and all their sub-themes that they've covered. And Dr. Unene Gregory will be leading that conversation. In case you don't know who Dr. Unene Gregory is, she is a young thought leader whose work sits at the intersection of technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation development. She is a 2012 Mandela Rhodes Scholar, 2017 Harambee Entrepreneur Alliance Associate, and 2018 Commonwealth Scholar. She has academic credentials spanning South Africa, France, and the United Kingdom. I wish to be you one day, including a PhD in mechanical engineering. Dr. Gregory's international exposure, it fuels her passion for driving transformative change, particularly within the African context. Dr. Gregory, as you come up, ladies and gentlemen, she is a public-private partnerships manager. She drives collaborative initiatives that align private sector resources with public sector needs, with a focus on empowering youth and preparing them for the rapidly evolving world of work and fostering sustainable development. She will then go on to introduce her panel, and we will then be engaged and entertained and enthralled. Right, young people? Okay, cool. There will be an opportunity to show some moves. I think, Magumba.
Magumba, yes.
I even don't know what Magumba is, but I am young.
Okay, before she comes to the stage, registered participants who wish to get their CPD
CPD points,
please go to the registration desk. There is a scanner. I think they'll assist you there.
Yeah, you'll be able to scan throughout the day in between the breaks. So don't miss what's happening inside because you're chasing the points, but you'll get an opportunity to get the points at the end of the day as well. Cool. Dr. Gregory? Ah, there we go.
Thanks so much. Yeah, the lights are bright up here. Afternoon all. Can our previous speakers please make your way to the stage, along with two new speakers who will be joining the panel, Prof. Mudau and also Dr. Shiburi. All right. as our panelists make their way up, I think we've heard a lot about the promises and pains of AI, looking at anything from the competitiveness to governance and the likes. For today's panel, the inaugural panel really of the dialogue, we're going to be looking at how do we transition as a continent from being consumers to creators of this technology, and more especially, how do we adopt AI for sustainable development and inclusive growth for South Africa and also the African continent, while emphasizing global competitiveness, especially in the current socio-political climate we find ourselves in. I think just to open up, I'm going to ask Dr. Shiburi to introduce herself, and also just answer the question of what do you think the greatest opportunities are looking at AI to drive Africa's sustainable development and also inclusivity in growth.
The other side.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Kensani Shivuri and I am an AI lab research lead at Vodacom. I think with AI, there's a lot of opportunities when it comes to sustainable growth, and I feel like it goes across different industries. So we can actually implement it across the different industries. We can implement it in our health, we can implement it in education, in agriculture. As long as we have the data, we can actually use AI for sustainable development in the different sectors. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Prof. Modau, please also introduce yourself, welcome. And also maybe touch on, we're talking a lot around AI for development, which is fantastic. But currently we are dependent on the superpowers that be to help in that development. So what are the risks if, as a continent, we adopt AI without building our own capacity?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will respond on this in a practical way. We are busy with one of the AI projects in communities. One of the disadvantages is when we want parts and they are not arriving. You know, it took like 6 months, not that our procurement is not working, but because they are not readily available. So it's high time that as Africa, as many speakers have said, we start thinking of developing and manufacturing everything within our continent, and to allow ourselves not to be sold as chicken. Remember our VC said. And that was a very powerful statement, because most of the cake that we have in Africa, there are those who come and take everything and left us with crime. So it's very much important not to be left with crumbs, or with not to offer ourselves as chicken as Africa, and unite and try to do something about our future. Thank you.
Thanks so much. In the interest of time, because I have a lot of questions that I wrote down, and because I'm moderator, I can dip in with my round of questions first, but we're going to take just one round of questions and then open it up to the burning questions I'm sure the audience has for our panelists. But Lloyd, as you were talking, I noted down frontier skills. And being in PPP, I know how hard it is for university to reach out to industry and kind of try and bring them on board with the vision trying to paint. So looking at especially the economic uncertainty that businesses and governments are facing right now, how do we craft partnerships that speak to those frontier skills in a meaningful way, and also go beyond the short-sightedness sometimes of business right now, money right now?
Thanks for that question. So I think there's firstly a culture shift that has shifted predominantly in South Africa. This used to be a norm in the past, where business would sponsor master's degree level projects, undergraduate projects, that would sponsor PhD level. So there was that ecosystem. So I think as business, there has been a culture shift of looking at research and development as a cost line. But I think that culture shift needs to change obviously from an industry perspective. But I think also one of the contributing factors is that it is viewed as a cost item because some of the research or some of the focus areas, sometimes business feel they're not addressing their immediate needs. So there has to be that closing of a gap that if we are solving a particular issue or sponsoring a particular issue in the university, it directly or indirectly impacts on business outcome. A practical example would be in the past and in the telecommunications sector. A lot of telecommunications companies will focus deliberately on telecommunications engineers to address stuff that they were facing in industry. So I think that there has been a chasm, for lack of a better word, between what is being solved at times at institutions of learning vis-a-vis expectations for business. The other important aspect is that, as you correctly pointed, this has to be a frontier, a event horizon outlook that we as industry have to have, not as you've correctly said, a short-sighted view as well.
I'm tempted to ask, how do we incentivize or convince, but we'll circle back to that. Ntate Ramos, you mentioned inclusivity, and I had this in the back of my mind. Being a university that speaks and takes on a lot of previously disadvantaged students, and that being our primary cohort, inclusivity is very important for the university. Where is the balance, right, between adopting AI, making sure that we are globally competitive, but also mitigating some of the risks that come with, for instance, some companies on hiring entry-level graduates, for instance. Being a developing nation, how do we make that balance to make sure that we do include the youth, we do include women, which are, matter of fact, some of the largest graduates right now, but still become at the forefront of AI development and AI inclusivity?
Sure.
Loaded, sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. Thanks, Doc, for the question. Yeah, I think for me, it starts at home. You see, I spoke about digital literacy earlier on. I think at the moment, if we understand how AI is going to contribute to our lives, then the discussions in the house, they change. But then, in terms of those that need to make money, it's a question of how do you then come up with regulatory framework and policy, which then brings incentives. Because if you're not going to provide incentive skills, incentive framework to the developers, I can tell you right now that there's reluctance for companies to say would want to bring youth into our environment. Because if government is not coming up with a program to support, then that's where you see now the separation. So inclusivity has to be embedded. I think earlier on we spoke, there must be an intention, okay? So if we now as a country embrace that AI, it's one transformational tool that needs to be adopted within our way of doing things. Then let's then, with good intention, come up with incentives that will give me an impression and comfort that bringing the youth, youth, women, and persons with disability in my environment, then there's a return. Firstly, recognizing the solutions that I develop. You must buy from me. It mustn't be a question of not believing in the solutions that I provide. So local becomes an issue. So it's more of a policy intention that will bring inclusivity. So the rules, as much as I come from a regulatory environment, it's important that the terms and conditions that you give to those that wants to come into business be very straight and be intentional in your approach. That's how, for me, inclusivity can be attained in South Africa.
I'm loving the intentionality thing. Yeah. That's running across the conversation. Also, the intentionality of Prof. Anish as a university, looking at how do we equip our students with those kind of frontier skills. How and when do we talk ethics? ensuring that as we create AI developers, ethics is imbued in how they work. How early and how do we do it?
It's a philosophical question. So if you look at most programs, when students enter into our system, for example, at TUT, they go through different programs just to equip them. Firstly, one of the programs that we are hoping to introduce at TUT, where every student will be required as part of their orientation programs, is to undergo AI training as one of the requirements. So this shift from where we used to impose computer literacy versus AI literacy will come mainstream for all our students. So that's 60,000 student plus that will be required to basically have such type of training. So that's the first thing. You need to create that AI literacy so you're aware. Awareness is the first step of what are the potential risks associated with the use of AI, and so that we inherently build these guardrails. The second aspect then is to have formal ethical training. So we already have research ethics that is implemented at, for example, at postgraduate level. You're obliged to follow ethical training. And the AI component is also becoming a mainstream component of all ethical training at most universities. TUT is in the process of including it within ethical training as an example, but as part of your main, let's say, orientation programs, when you do AI literacy, you would have to also you would have a component that solely deals with the ethics of AI, for example, so that it's that awareness so that you know exactly where are your boundaries with regard to the use of AI and what are the potential risks and infringement risks that you potentially face when you use AI-based tools. Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. I'm tempted to go into another round of questions, but I'm going to be a woman of my word. From the audience, what questions do you have for our panelists? I'm sure we've had the three gentlemen talking around the promises and potentials of AI. There was a new fear unlocked in both of us around resourcing and capacity as we develop, but are there any burning questions that anyone has?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm particularly interested, my question is around the kind of regulatory space and the risk management of it. And the question really is, what's the view around balancing the need for having guardrails and businesses or industries sometimes cry that regulation stifles innovation? Because what we are seeing, obviously tech is moving at unprecedented speeds now, and what may have been a discovery or an innovation a year ago has been far surpassed by what came after it. But what kinds of risks do we face? So what's the risk of allowing this unbridled barreling along of AI development on a continent where the median age is 19 and a half? Which means we're going to be outliving much of the rest of the world. So if there is this development and there's a cry to not have guardrails and not have regulation, what's the balance? What's the message? Thanks.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a very good question. I think I'm going to start with the issue that any democratic country where you've got a constitution, it starts with the basic rights of you and me as a citizen. So it becomes important that in the course of developing a solution, that solution should be harmless. It mustn't cause any harm to me as a citizen. That's the first thing. So from a regulation point of view is to detect from your solution to what extent is your solution advancing me as a citizen to leapfrog into the next phase? That's one. Secondly, the issue of cybersecurity. we cannot negate that because, you know, with latest applications that we see, it's protection of our kids, it's protection of us as elderlies as well, to say the harmfulness of the solution. So regulation, look at it as not too much of a gatekeeper, but it's more of trying to find a balance of allowing you to be innovative, but at the same time being responsible in providing the solution, because in the absence of a guideline or a framework, you'll end up in court. And as you know, with the justice system, you don't want the courts to always make decisions on things that are meant to be innovative skills development for others. So look at regulations from that angle to say it's more of just bringing that balance of be innovative, but be mindful, be present. And that's basically what we do as regulators, and policy will guide, as Prof has said earlier on. Let me leave it for then.
No, thank you for that as well. Thank you for the question. It's actually a very interesting question. So in the development of the policy, these are some of the questions that were raised. You know, how do you create that balance so that you don't stifle innovation, as was mentioned, but at the same time protects where protection is needed? Yeah. How do I protect the interests of individuals, of vulnerable people in society? There's a lot of potential risk, like children, for example. You need to have those guardrails. It's a non-negotiable. Yeah, but you need the balance to allow for innovation to happen for the good of society. Yeah, so I took the example of using AI in addressing health challenges, for example, or in the case of managing our water. Big challenge. Yeah? My prof will know. How do you do effective diagnosis of water quality? That influences me. There must be some open allowance in developing such applications, otherwise you'll stifle it. But on the other hand, there must be this balance. You look at digital content. Sorry, you give me the chance, it's a problem. Digital content creation, I'll stop with that. Look at it in the market. There's so much opportunity. I think we must be teaching our students or the youth the opportunity that lies in the digital media space. There's a lot of tools you can use to create content, you know, and that can create opportunity. Yeah, economic, you spoke about that. I won't digress now. But the issue is there's opportunity in the use of AI, and there's need to train our students or our youth on how to use these in a responsible way so that you can create economic value. But there are risks when it comes to ownership and where you infringe. There must be consequences. So there needs to be control in some aspects. At the same time, I also agree on this, having this balance. You need to empower so that you create economic value through the use of AI for our communities in Africa, so that there is value we can generate from the use of AI. That would be my point of view. Thank you.
Yeah, I got the mic this end. Let me stand. I'm over here. My name is Dr. Jerry Pole, and the question I have is this. I like the point of intentionality, collaboration. I think those are great points. Planning, like we don't get surprised by where the next town is going to arise, because with this planning we've done all the. I like those points. My question is this: I've just read 2 reports. IBM decided to retire, retrench, whatever word you want to use, over 22,000, I think, or in fact it was more than that, employees. I read yesterday, Accenture, same thing, saying because of this tool that we're talking about, the AI tool, they are very clear that they don't need a level of staff, so quite a number of colleagues from that company were let go. In a country like ours, we're screaming for jobs. Can you please help me? This development is needed, as the profs and everybody has said, but how are we going to balance lives and the need for economy, for something in income in people's pockets? and this innovation that we're talking about, which is exciting, but at the same time, we know what it's going to do. Can you help me think through that one? Thank you.
That's a great question, and I think we battle in striking a balance on that. Maybe a bit of history to take back. Various stages of industrial revolution. That has always been a common factor of fear around job losses. What the numbers show at times is that yes, certain aspects of job losses. However, what is key is that certain jobs actually change and are created. So generally the net effect of each industrial revolution stage resulted in a net effect of additional jobs that look differently from what was initially were the jobs there. In the case of AI, that hypothesis has not been, been proven. So, and I guess it's also a waiting game. But generally, the anticipation is that yes, some medial jobs will probably fall away, but some jobs that require different kinds of skills, hence our earlier conversation, will then be created. And the anticipation is that the net effect is that there will be additional jobs. And maybe another typical example, if you look at manufacturing, and I guess that's a debate between the East and the West, there's a debate around should we bring manufacturing back to the West and create more jobs. But the indication is that manufacturing is actually shifting. There's what we call digital manufacturing as a frontier now. What China's doing as far as manufacturing is concerned, they're going to be moving away from, or they are moving away from hard labor manufacturing as it's purported in the West to more digital manufacturing. So the question there is, what happens to the current existing jobs and what jobs are going to be created and what accompanying skills, for lack of a better word, would be required for that digital manufacturing frontier. So similarly with AI, the anticipation is the same. Africa is slightly different though as well, because we're developing. There's quite a lot of opportunities there. I think Prof touched on use cases in medicine as an example. We hear a lot about limited resources as far as radiography in hospitals. Perhaps if I were to use that example, there's opportunities for radiography with AI to do it at scale at hospitals. That's a different job category that essentially would not have existed in the past. So to answer your question, I know it's a long-winded answer. Yes, certain jobs will be reconfigured, will be lost, but then certain other jobs with different skills would be required. That's where we as South Africa, as a country and as a nation, we need to determine which of those are at the frontier and that will create that competitive advantage in the future.
Speaking of that,
Yeah.
From a higher education perspective, what is your take on this? Because we are responsible for training these new entry graduates. So from our perspective, how do we balance the development with the need for jobs?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. What I realize is that when you are working with AI, as he said, you don't take away a human factor. You just regenerate something else which is different than the one that was there before. So what happened is that the most important thing is that we start including the AI issues within our curriculum so that our youth, our students can grow. On the other hand, we should not start only at higher education. While we are starting at a high level, we should also think of starting at grade R, so that those that are growing, they will come together and meet those that can do something, so that we don't lose those jobs. There's always a shock when something new comes, but without realizing that it will bring more work. For an example, we are busy with water. We realize that when we are doing AI in water, like water monitoring, you need sensors. Somebody needs to develop that. Even though you include the self-cleaning device, you need also to check and ensure that in a while they should be cleaned. somebody must check also the connectivity and ensure that everything is fixed. Remember when the cell phones were here, there was no one who was able to fix it. Now we have got so many that can be able to fix that. Everything that we are developing now in terms of equipment, in terms of AI, most of those, they will need technical skills. Thank you.
Thanks. Prof, did you have a sentence to add?
Just a sentence, I promise. Just on that point, one of the aspects with regard to the policy that's being developed is specifically looking at how do we ensure that the rights of our citizens are not infringed when it comes to adoption of AI. And there is a part on protection of employment and the labor community in the adoption of AI. So it's not, doesn't leave that part out. There is a human response or a societal responsibility with regard to adoption of AI and the loss of jobs that could, or where humans can be pushed out of certain careers. But that's the one point. Second point, as was mentioned, there's this point of evolution of skills. If you look at all the different revolutions, there was evolution of the skills base, which will still happen. So the opportunity we have is on this frontier skills development for the future, so that we are equipped to ensure we are able to ride that wave as well.
Dr. Ramosi, one sentence.
One sentence, yeah. You see, that question, you see, when you're running a company, shareholder value, the intention is there for people to be retrenched by other companies, okay? You must start asking yourself, where are the customer-liaising officers who are in the banks? Now, what you are seeing with AI or automation, the very same developers who are supposed to be those CLOs, they were retrenched because there's this perception that as a frontline desk person, I cannot code. Now, you'll see outside here, there's a nice robot. You need to ask yourself, the other day I went to one of the hospitals. I know that one of my cousins used to be a delivery man in a hospital. I deliver medication. Now there's a robot that delivers that. Then I asked the guy, I said, but who wrote the whole script for the robot to move? Because this used to be a human person. But that person lost a job, and that could have been the person sitting with the developer at the back, and now you are being transformed to be a new employee. So that's the kind of a skill that the intention of private sector, and I'm glad now from a policy point of view, you are going to make sure that that doesn't happen. Because the developers are those people who sat with a developer, and I'm telling him, this is how I walk, I turn left, I turn right. Then next thing, you retrench that person, and tomorrow a robot does what I used to do. Those are the things that we need regulations to protect you and policy. Thanks.
I think in the interest of time, because I know there'll be daggers coming my way, we still have 2 other sessions with impactful conversations as well. So, Dr. Shiburi, a far out question. There's a lot of talk around, the unique context of South Africa and Africa, balancing regulation with innovation, global competitiveness, also inclusion. How do we ensure that as a continent, we can have a voice in shaping AI norms and standards on a global stage?
So as South Africans or as Africans, we have our own values and we have our own perspectives. So we need to be part of these conversations at a global stage. We need to be in these rooms and ensure that our voices are ahead. We ensure that our perspectives are ahead, and that we are also we're also part of these conversations, and our perspectives are out there. Yeah.
During the tea break, whenever we have that, I encourage everyone to please grab a hold of the panelists and ask your burning questions. But as a parting shot, what one action should we do, right, from your different environments to ensure that from a AI development perspective, as South Africa and Africa, we can compete, and we are ready, and we then leverage our youth to shift the tides on who are the superpowers that be. Put Lloyd?
If I were to sum it up, is that we need to act. Yes, there's mentions of collaboration and act at different levels. So at a micro and an extreme micro level and at a macro level. What I mean, for example, what Prof. Maluleko opened up with, where all of these institutional macro level type requirements to really drive the needle. But also at a micro level, at a company level, at a individual level, I think that there has to be that action orientated. But what I also would like to add is a bit of focus and planning, whereby those actions, however micro and however distributed are, and this is the whole concept of any distributed model, are working towards something. For example, TUT is an example. We've got students that are doing AI. How many of those are engaged in a local hospital to go and solve? That's a microcosm of acting. At an industry level, us as industry institutions, what are we doing to put together a small economic cluster on AI? That is training, putting resources, putting technology in place, and then also, as I mentioned earlier, what Prof has mentioned, at a macro level. So we need to act. That's what one parting shot I would impart. Thanks.
I'm hearing less talking, more action.
Okay, I think we need to train our AI talent. And then in addition to that, we need to ensure that we've got regulations that governs how we develop this AI, how we use this AI. We need to ensure that we have the right policies in place, we embed the right principles that are required as we develop this AI as well into our policies. I mean, if we say there's certain principles that we need to ensure are in place and we don't have this embedded in our policies, it's going to be hard for us to ensure that this is being done by the people that are involved. And I would say, governance is very important, and we need to ensure that we have our own policies and not just using the international policies.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think for me, it's the basics. I think we need to define our problem. I think where we are right now, I don't think we understand what is the problem. What are we trying to solve? That's where we need to go back. I know that we've got an AI framework, but to a large extent, we are reacting because the world is moving. But the question that I still want to ask myself, Corey, what's broken? And if this AI is going to help me to solve my problem, are the banks going to come? You need to bring the funders in this room. You need to bring the union in the room so that we collaborate, take out the fear of jobs losses, but then the funding institutions must then take out clauses that are a barrier for a young one to access funds. Because at the moment, if I go to the bank, I can answer 15 questions, but there's only 2 questions. If I say no, my application is declined. So innovation stops. So that's what I think we need to do.
Prof? Thank you. We need to invest more on our youth and make sure that whatever that we are doing, they are hands-on as well. On the other hand, we work with the politicians, the decision makers, and also the community. They must be part of the game. You cannot do an AI and leave them behind, because they are the one on the forefront of everything. If you include them, which means wherever they will go there with understanding and able to also convince the investors. Thank you.
Prof?
Thank you. I think I agree with all the panelists in terms of where our priorities need to lie. Definitely, we need enablers to enable what we can do, and that's the greatest challenge as academic institutions that we face. To be able to scale, We need enabling mechanisms, which is usually financial in nature. We have resources, which is our youth, yeah? But how do we scale and get solutions out into the market needs investment. And in AI, the investment is large. So that's one of our barriers. The other aspect is how do we create impact? There's a lot of societal challenges. Yeah? That's where our problems. We already spoke about water, energy, climate, healthcare. It's almost like basic rights of citizens. And in all of these areas, we are facing challenges as a nation. There's a lot of opportunity AI can bring. Food security, another aspect. I wanted to talk about chickens. I have no time, but we have a project in the poultry sector, by the way. But these are all areas. How do we create meaningful impact that can solve these societal challenges? And I think those need to be priorities. That would be my parting comments.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think with that, we're going to leave it here. Please find time to, not ambush, find the panelists and ask them whatever questions you have. But I think to summarize is intentionality about our uniquely African and South African problems and acting in unison to make tangible impact for our citizens. Thank you so much, panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think about clock at that side. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, sorry. Whilst the stage pageantry goes on, the show must also go on the side. Please remember to get your phones out and take selfies because we are about to talk about content. I don't know if we can show how content is done. Team at the back. And whilst we're waiting for that to pull, just more clarity on the CBD points.
Okay, please note that the QR code is specifically for the SACNASP for CPD points. For professional bodies, kindly enter your email address and registration number to enable the institute to generate a certificate which you may use to claim the CBD points. Thank you.
All right, so we will take a short intermission for you to find water, find something to drink, i.e. coffee or a cold beverage, and then we will be back in this hall in 10 minutes' time. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way into the hall. Let's get going. You can bring your snacks. You can bring whatever beverage you've got with you. Let's get going.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have everyone back at their tables? We are about to resume.
This one is connected visually.
All right, we are going to keep pushing on, and the Saints go marching on. This is so much better when the lights are off. We get the opportunity to see everybody. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our day. I'm going to trust that everybody who's outside is slowly but surely making their way in. But for the purposes of time, and we had said when we mentioned the house rules that 10 minutes, be punctual,
Yeah.
for the purposes of saving time, yeah?
Yes. And I'd also like to say to everyone, there would be QR codes on the tables.
Yeah.
So please scan it. That's for questionnaires. So please do scan and complete it.
For those of you who aren't quite sure how that works, we will give you a cue as to when we can do our scanning. There is a magician somewhere at the back who's busy activating them. So if yours doesn't work or you don't have, okay. So when they come back, we'll then walk you through. It's very simple, nothing complicated. So if you're afraid of technology and the advances, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You're at the right place.
And there's a couple of people with, they've got blue T-shirts on. If you need assistance, please don't hesitate to ask them to assist you.
100%. So earlier on, you shared the hashtags with everybody. Hashtag IFAO 2025, hashtag future of work, hashtag policy meets tech, hashtag annual future of work dialogue. Any of those hashtags that you use to post your content, we'll be able to find it and put it up on the screen as we have shown you guys. We started working not today, but yesterday. And of course, on a golf course, that's where all major deals are done. And I believe you and me We had a successful strategy session yesterday.
Absolutely.
We won't talk about who won.
I shot 89. Oh. Anyway.
I said, let's not talk about who won. Team effort. Okay. So, like our content is on screen, yours we can find as well. We can pull it up, all the interesting comments, thoughts. If you have any questions, young people, woohoo, please share them and use one of those hashtags so that we can find you. Without further ado, we will be joined online virtually by Dr. Alejandro Lavopa, I beg your pardon, who is the Research and Industrial Policy Officer at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or known as UNIDO. Dr. Alejandro will be giving us a keynote address on industrialization, innovation, and competitiveness, aligning Africa's STI policies for global competitiveness. And maybe, since we ended the last session on SANCSP, and a couple of people asked what that means, Dr. Alejandro, you can quickly explain to us what does STI policies mean? Because the first thing that comes to mind is the other one. So, Dr. Alejandro, over to you when you are ready. A round of applause for Dr. Alejandro, who joins us online.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So we have switched speakers now. The next item will focus on global trade essentials, policies and practices for competitive advantage. And the person who's going to deliver is Mr. Ayabonga Tawe, Chief Commissioner of ITech. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ayabonga Tawe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, few minutes to afternoon. Okay. Oh, I didn't know I was expected to come and do a TED talk. Good afternoon. Ninjani. Ay, inkona. Absheni. Okay, clearly we don't have a lot of people from Guyana here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the organizers. Thank you very much for the invitation. I've been asked to kind of do something quite simple. I hope I won't take too much time because I also recognize after the tea break, this session is one of the few things between you and lunch. So I don't want for you to lose what I might say and what some of our panelists might also say. Because you are hungry. Igama lami ngu-Ayabonga Tawe. I'm the Chief Commissioner of the International Trade Administration Commission. And we are the trade regulator. So what do? We are the people who investigate changes in import taxation. So some of you use Shein and Temu, Niclerishi cards, and so on. And in so doing, you are often expected to pay something to the receiver of revenue. We have been worried for a long time that many of you are not paying your full dues to the receiver of revenue. And we are the institution who then would investigate and say, if you are buying a cotton t-shirt, you must pay 40% of the value of that. As the tariff schedule requires. So that's what we do. We also control prohibited and restricted imports. So for example, you cannot in South Africa bring in imported second-hand vehicles. You are allowed to do so in certain parts of our region, but in South Africa you are not. We are the ones who administer that. We also administer the trade in goods that are under the non-proliferation agreement. These are the goods that are fissionable or can be used for nuclear propagation purposes. Why do I say all of this? I say it because the organizers have asked me to speak about competitiveness. And I'm not sure if I'm well positioned to speak about that. Precisely because I think the starting point in any discussion is that we have to move away from any idea that there is anywhere or in any country perfect competition. So this idea that global competitiveness is this equal plane where all of us have equal opportunities to come to the market that has perfect rules is nonsense. The economics that inform much of our work assumes imperfect information, and arising from that assumes imperfect competition. So some countries, precisely because of power relations, will be the places where the minerals are mined. Some countries and places will be where those minerals are processed. And of course, some countries will assemble those things into all of the things we hold in these devices. And I think really our task is a simple one if we're interested in understanding global competitiveness. It is how do we improve our organization and planning of resources, in particular human resources, in order to claim and carve out a greater share of the value from the things that are made in the society. And I think the starting point, we had a session here before on AI. I think we must accept that AI is a productive force. It allows us to do things in a manner that is much easier than otherwise would be the case. Whether it is a large language model or any other form of generative AI, it serves the function similar in earlier industrial revolutions to advances in machinery, advances in steam technology, or advances in agrochemicals. Much of the steel, for instance, we see around us would not have been such a ubiquitous part of our lives were it not for a chemical discovery in the form of a Bessemer process in the late 1800s. And AI is an example of this. Now, there's a few things we must accept. The first is that while AI might be important as a form of artificial intelligence, the real value from AI is and will continue to be derived from human labor. It is the people who pose the questions, who train the models to begin to have a capability to answer particular and specific queries and problems. So this question of the problem identification, that is a human thing. No machine or inanimate object has the power to pose questions that have some relevance or value to society. Only human beings can do that. But I also think we need to accept that as AI, in a way, routinizes or makes more routine, repetitive, and mundane tasks, that the nature of work that remains has a much higher skill intensity. So this idea that people will have jobs, there'll be more jobs as a byproduct of this, I think is in the long run correct, but forgoes the disruption and the social problems associated with short-run fluctuations in employment. Let me give you two examples. A while ago, in pursuit of competitiveness, ShopRite launched what they called a pilot store in Brackenfell in the Western Cape. Now, this store would effectively automate key tasks in the transaction process in a supermarket, allowing you as the customer to effectively, by pressing a button or doing certain things, do some of the labor that otherwise would have been done by someone at a till. So what would happen? Very simple thing. I would walk into a store, I would punch into my phone what I'm looking for, it would direct me to the aisles that I need to get to. When I get to the clearing counter, I clear my goods, I pay, and I'm out of there. And it's a frictionless exercise with no people. Now, of course, the shareholders of ShopRite might be super happy because it might mean that their payroll charges are much lower. But I'm not sure it resolves in the most unequal society in the world, and in a country that has the highest unemployment in the world, both by the expanded and the narrow definition, whether it is an advance that makes us competitive. Yes, it might make the products that are sold and even the shareholder value much more competitive, but we might end up having riots on the streets. You might not end up having people who have enough money to go and buy some of those things. The second example is from the CEO of VW yesterday. VW, South Africa CEO yesterday in a platform said, as VW, they could have automated much more of their production in Kariga in Uitenhage than otherwise is the case. They could have brought that plant they have to the levels of automation that are found in their German plant. It would have made the vehicles produced in South Africa, from the vantage point of cost, much more competitive. But I'm not sure if that plant would have been able to continue to operate for a few months thereafter, because the poor people of Nobuhle township, not far from the VW plant, would effectively make it very difficult for that plant to continue. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is none of these things we are discussing about artificial intelligence, exponential and technological improvements in how we make stuff, are socially neutral processes. They require regulation, they require policy, but they also require foregrounding in the interests of people. Because if we don't foreground it in the interests of people, then for whom are we making all of these technological advances? And why ought they to matter? And I think this is why institutions, regulations, rules, and laws that influence not just the sequencing of how and when we adopt these technologies, but that also recognizes that as we advance, we also have to improve the qualitative aspects of our main productive force, which is people. And I think we come from a history of Bantu education. We come from a present that is characterized by something much far from the equal education that our grandparents would have envisaged. Many schools continue to be fundamentally under-resourced and produce, as an outcome of their process, pedagogic process, young work seekers who might not necessarily be able to pick up some of the residual jobs associated with these advances. So a balance has to be struck. And part of striking that balance is to first, in the first instance, recognize that no competition, unless it's in an economics textbook, is perfect. And that we operate in markets and in societies that are characterized by imperfect competition. If we didn't, we wouldn't be haggling now over a deal with the United States. If markets were just free, you miss out because you are not competitive. If all of these were value-neutral judgments that did not deal with questions of power, then I think the world would be a much easier place. And our job, certainly as students, as leaders, and even as intellectuals, is to not analyze and make sense of the society as we hope it would be, but is to analyze it as it is. And I think we're in an unequal society, and that society's competitiveness has to be benchmarked and understood within a specific context. I'll pause there, and I look forward to the panel discussion we are going to have, and of course some of the questions, more importantly, that you might have for us. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu Xhaka. Ubisiduko sakho bensazi benakubulela ngesiduko sakho wena. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, earlier we made mention of these funny black triangle thingies that are on your table. Everybody can see them on the table? Okay, I will take you through on how to make them work. Don't scan the menu. I know we're all thinking lunch. Don't scan the menu. This is not the time to order what you would like to have for lunch. I'm making jokes. Please look on the other side where it says program. Okay? And this is how it works. If you have an iPhone, let's start there because that's the easiest. I'll tell you what, if you're not converted today, forget about being converted. Okay, so over the program, you unlock your phone, just simply unlock it, unlock, and you take the front, so the top where the speaker is, and you just hover over the logo. Just there, just there. Try and keep it there. Don't disappoint me now, my pena. Yeah, get my daughter. And they say good, Kai. Hey, as a young fella, iPhone. Okay. Because Pro PR allows me to choose when I want to be private or not. So I have disabled NFCs. Okay, they are now enabled. You hover it, and then at the top, there should be a black pop-up box that says NFC tag. You click on it, and then it should take you to an online form. Android, let's start here. Take out your phone, go to settings. No, it's because Android prioritizes security. That's okay. Under settings, please search for NFC. Once you find NFC, make sure you slide and it's no longer gray, it is blue. And then instead of just there towards the top, you just hover it over that thing. then it should pop up. So first you go to settings. When you're in settings, you search for NFC. Once you have NFC, slide that blue, that gray bar so that it turns into blue. And then you exit, and then you hover over the tag. And then you should have something that pops up. We have the rest of the day to try it out. For those of you who have found the form, please will you populate that form? It should take you no more than 3 minutes. Okay. And whilst you figure that out, we will move with our program. Moving on to the next address, Dr. Stravos Nicolaou, Group Senior Executive and Strategic Trade at Aspen Pharma Group. And just to give you a brief background on Dr. Stravos, he has almost 34 years of experience. That's a lot of experience there. You started at 5. That's the trick. 34 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, mainly in domestic and international general management. He has been recognized in the Global Top 100 Health Edition honorees, most influential people of African descent in the healthcare sector. And in and amongst his notable accolades, he presently serves on several industry boards and advisory councils, including the President's National Orders Advisory Council, and also presently he chairs the Saudi SA Business Council and serves on the board of the Business Unity South Africa and BRICS Business Council. Of course, Dr. Stravos, we are glad to hear from you, somebody with the kind of wealth of experience and expertise that you have. Dr. Stravos will be speaking on industrial and STI policy alignment, what business needs to compete globally. And what I had asked earlier, somebody said we mustn't use too many acronyms. First of all, can you start your address with helping us understand what does STI mean? Round of applause for Dr. Stravos.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Program Director and all the distinguished colleagues and guests that are here today. Program Director, never ask a drug lord what STI stands for, because he's going to say sexually transmitted infections, and I'm sure that's not the context you meant, right? So in this context, it stands for science, technology, and innovation. Okay. But never ask a medical person. You'll get a very different answer. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great pleasure to be here today. I've been given a very strict brief. I need to speak for 10 minutes, probably a topic you need at least 1 hour to cover. So I'm going to give you some headlines and some snippets. And let me start off firstly by saying that every single person in this room knows and understands the extent of the unemployment crisis in our country. And as we grapple continuously, and we've been doing this for many years, to try and find solutions to this, one of the best ways to grow employment in any country is through rapid industrialization. So it's been demonstrated around the world. Why is that case? I think why is it the case? It's pretty obvious, because manufacturing creates both up and downstream activities, and also creates multiply effect back into the economy. So in my business, if you produce pharmaceuticals at a manufacturing site in Ebeja, which is where we are, down the road you're going to have a science laboratory springing up to do all your bioavailability testing and your chemical assays, and then down the road will spring up a printing business that does all the artwork, the labels, the packaging, the package inserts. And then down the road will spring up a facility that starts making some lab equipment. Okay, so this is what happens with a multiply effect back into the economy. The sad story is that unfortunately we have deindustrialized as a country. So if we go back 20 years, manufacturing represented around 21% of GDP. It's now down to around 12%. So it's halved. And we have to ask ourselves a question, why? So the nexus of what I'm supposed to present on today is, in fact, how do business see us becoming more globally competitive in the manufacturing space? So let me answer both questions. What is it that we need to do, and why is it that we're in this position in the first place? And I'm going to heavily punctuate what I'm going to say by referencing the pharmaceutical industry, because that's what I know, that's where I come from, and I'm going to give you some real-life examples. They say charity starts at home. And in order to become globally competitive, you first have to garner your own domestic volumes. So in my business, most of the volume in pharmaceuticals resides in the public sector. So the public sector is responsible for roughly 80% of the population, and the other 20%, 15 to 20%, get their services in the private sector. So naturally, you expect the volumes are very big in the public sector. And a good example of that is antiretrovirals. Antiretrovirals are the most consumed pharmaceutical product in our country. There are around 6.5 million patients on antiretroviral treatment in the public sector. So every month, 6.5 million people get a pack of 30 tablets. So you can work out the numbers. It's 30 times 6.5 million times 12. If you work it out, it's in excess of 2 billion tablets that get consumed annually in South Africa. And let me tell you what's exceedingly disappointing is that we import most of those 2 billion tablets. Now, how can that be? It is completely counterintuitive. How do you end up in a situation where a country that is saddled with 17% of the world's HIV population and only represents 0.5% of the world's population is importing 70 or 80% of the antiretrovirals? It makes no sense. So why is that the case? The case is made by very clearly stating that we have public procurement policy in our country. And the Chief Commissioner that spoke before me, he's a great ally because he keeps beating this drum, and we need to keep beating it. Public procurement is the single most important lever, in my view, to establish proper transformation and introduce black industrialists into the economy. Okay, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because the state consumes, the state spends. So as you know, SARS collects around 1.6 trillion rand, there or thereabouts, annually, and the public expenditure, if you remove salaries and benefits from that, so procurement of goods and services in the public sector is around 1 trillion rand. So imagine 1 trillion rand over 10 years, grow that by inflation. So there's around 12 trillion rand, let's say, over the next 10 years. we should, as far as possible, be spending that 12 trillion rand on our own companies manufacturing in our own country. But we're not doing it. And if you look at the trade deficit in our country, it keeps growing. And our budget deficit, which we're funding mostly in hard currency, also keeps growing. So that's a sure sign that you continue to import more than you export. So we're the classic case of we're exporting raw materials, minerals and commodities, and then we re-import those products back at maybe 10 to 20 times the price. I mean, how can we sit back any longer and accept that situation? And in my sector, as I was saying, we have basically outsourced the manufacturing of antiretrovirals to India. So all the jobs, all the tax, all the skills, all the talent, all the capex is being spent in India, and we are merely just consumers of something that we have the highest demand for. Okay, so let me shift from there. I think I've made my point. There are many, many additional points I could make around this, but I think you get the drift. I'm not suggesting that public procurement is the only lever for industrialization, but in my mind, it is the most important lever that we have. Of course, there are other levers. There's a suite of incentives, customized, tailored incentives. There's defensive tariffs that Ayabonga could have spoken about, or he might have. I just had to leave the room when you were speaking for a minute. So there are many different levers, but in my mind, the most important one, and the one we need to fix with absolute speed and urgency, is this issue of public procurement. Now, there are two pieces of legislation that exist. There is the Preferential Procurement Framework Act, which incidentally was introduced over 25 years ago. So how can it be that 25 years later, we are still not implementing the Preferential Procurement Framework Act in many, many line ministries? And then you've got the Public Procurement Act that was assented to by President Ramaphosa in May last year. So almost 18 months later, we still do not have the regulations for the Public Procurement Act. But we continue to hemorrhage trade deficit. We continue to shed jobs in the manufacturing sector. And if you cannot garner your own domestic volumes as a starting point, and manufacturing is all about economies of scale and volume throughput to get efficiencies. If you cannot do that, if you can't commandeer your own volumes, what chance have you got of becoming globally competitive? So what are the two single most important messages? In fact, I'm going to leave you with three final messages before I take my seat. Number one is manufacturing is exceedingly important to our country, and reindustrialization, quite correctly so, is front and center of our economic policy. However, it is not being implemented. So that's the first comment I want to leave you with. The second is that we have a number of important industrialization levers. It's not a perfect package. I haven't covered many others, like our SEZ and our IDZ offering. I've given you some snippets. But for me, the single most important, if we are to give our manufacturing sector a fighting chance, and we're going to give them an opportunity to garner and commandeer domestic volumes, we have to, with speed and urgency, begin to implement both the Preferential Procurement Framework Act and also more recently the Public Procurement Act. I don't think as a society we can sit back and say, well, we have been waiting 18 months for these public procurement regulations and we'll wait another 18 months. It's just unacceptable, because As this drags on, so more tenders, more procurement cycles pass us by, the importers garner the market, and it becomes very difficult. So we need speed and urgency in execution and implementation. Okay, and then the third and final comment I wish to make is, because this conference is largely themed and styled on artificial intelligence and the future, which is stuff old guys like myself know very little about. So the only thing I can tell you is that in my sector, in the pharmaceutical sector, we have moved from what we call small molecules, which are much easier products to produce. We've moved into so-called large molecules, and these large molecules are precision medicines. They're targeted medicines. So what does that mean? If you've got 5 patients with lung cancer, all 5 will have a different biomarker. So you can't use a one-size-fits-all drug. So in the old days, we used to use chemotherapy. Everyone got the same chemotherapy. Now, patient A will have a different biomarker to patient B. So we've moved into these large molecules, which are biologics. And we're able to accelerate that through the use of artificial intelligence, not only in research and development, but also in terms of how we manage the biostatistics, the data, the clinical data that you need in order to bring a product to market. It's very onerous bringing a pharmaceutical product to market. An average pharmaceutical product to innovate and research costs between $2 to $3 billion, and if you're lucky, 1 in 100 make it. Okay, so AI will speeden up that process. AI is also assisting in the technological development of these biologics. So that is using AI positively to both benefit society, but also to accelerate innovation and R&D. So industrial policy and this AI innovation is interrelated. And some people have said that it's an exciting time to be in the pharmaceutical industry because you are getting for the first time a clash between classic traditional research and development and AI and technology on the other hand, and the two are clashing and merging. And that's a pretty exciting time for future pipeline products. We can only, at this point in time, treat 30% of diseases known to mankind. There's another 70% we've got to get to. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure speaking to you. Thanks very much. Stay, okay.
A round of applause for Dr. Stavros again. So, STI is not what we thought it was. So I think now we've got an idea what it means. I'm glad that my colleague asked him to explain it to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the next segment is a panel discussion.
You're right.
Okay. The next segment is a panel discussion under the topic Industrial and STI Policy in Action, Building Skills, Innovation, and Global Advantage. And to lead the conversation is Mr. Thulasizwe Simelane, a journalist broadcaster of SAFM and SABC News. Please put your hands together for Mr. Thulasizwe Simelane.
One, two. Oh, great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Could I thank you for the warm welcome. As I've been introduced, my name is Thulasizwe Simelane. I'm a broadcaster of many, many years. So I'm just going to get straight into it because we are, of course, running behind in terms of time. By way of framing, I wanted to tell you a whole spiel. I had a whole spiel prepared for you. I was going to tell you, regale you with great stories. But let me just say, I just want to declare that, and brace yourself. There's a bit of bragging that will happen. But do stay with me. Don't be put off by it. I want to start by saying I'm perhaps the perfect moderator for this next discussion. And it's not for, the arrogant, or to use one of Donald Trump's favorite words, and I promise it's the only time I will quote Trump. One of his favorite words. It's not for the braggadocious reasons. It's not to be braggadocious. But the real reasons why I say that is because, it's a combination of factors. Let me start by saying I'm a BBT, born before technology, and I think, if some of you are honest, I'm in good company. You can only imagine how much of a social and professional stigma that can be in an age of technology. BBT, who eventually bends to the dictates of technology, technology developing at warp speed and the advancements happening in the way that they are doing. So lastly, to cut a long story short, let me also mention that because I'm in the space of broadcasting, if we're talking about the future of work, being a BBT and having started in journalism 24 years ago, I've lived in the history and the past of the world of work in journalism, and now I'm living in the future of the world of work within journalism. In that, when I started, we still had, it was towards the end of the era of the reel-to-reels, where you'd pull the tape around you and you'd splice it with a, and now I'm in an era where it took me a while to finally adjust to embracing the technologies of today, as well as, some of the AI that now goes into how we produce what we produce. So that's my long way of saying, welcome to this panel discussion about the intersection of policy and technology, opportunities for inclusive growth. Among the panelists that we have for this afternoon, we have, of course, some of the two speakers that have already come to the fore. You've heard from them already. Ayabonga Cawe, Chief Commissioner of the ITEC, Dr. Stavros Nicolau, who just spoke just a few minutes ago. We also have Dr. Nompumelelo Oboko, who is the CEO of the Council for Natural Scientific Professions, and I look forward to our engagements. And then lastly, Talifani Banks is Group CEO of Analytics X and founder of Spaza Eats, and I really look forward to our engagements as well. But before I sit down, I just need to, we're going to hear from a speaker who's going to be joining us virtually, Mr. Alejandro Lavopa, who is Research and Industrial Policy Officer at UNIDO. He joins the panel, but we'll start by just giving a short presentation, and then we will engage after that. Please give him a round of applause.
It is my pleasure to join with you virtually today. And as was mentioned, I'm going to deliver a very short presentation. I think that the plan originally was that this presentation was coming before the previous intervention, so I will try to make it a bit faster. And in this presentation, the title was Industrialization, Innovation and Competitiveness. I would like to very briefly address three key questions that I hope will be useful for motivating the discussion that we're going to have now. The first one is, why industrialization? And I think this was partially covered already by the previous speaker. The second one is, how is Africa? And here I will have a continental view, so Africa at large performing in a comparative perspective in terms of industrial development. And finally, and I think this will be the most interesting to motivate the discussion, is on what type of industrial policies are needed to accelerate progress. We can back to this in a second. So, and just to mention that the type of insights and findings that I'm going to share with you today are mostly coming from UNIDO flagship report, Industrial Development Report, which has been released last year, and we have a specific chapter 5, that deals with Africa. So anybody who might be interested in the elements I'm going to present, you can see the details in the report. Now, let me go to the first question, why industrialization is essential to drive sustainable development. And again, I think this was already very nicely covered by the previous speaker, Dr. Nicolaou. But let me just give you a perspective from UNIDO based on recent empirical findings that we have been obtaining in our research. UNIDO, as it was mentioned before, is the UN Agency for Industrial Development, so this is at the core of our mandate. And we place sustainable development at the core because we understand that there are 5 very important dimensions which are directly connected with industrial development. The first one is innovation. And here our research, for instance, indicates that at the global level, more than half of the research and development investment that are being done are done in the manufacturing sector. No? And just keep in mind, as was mentioned before, at the global level, manufacturing as a sector explains only 18% of GDP. No? So a sector that explains 18% of GDP actually accounts for more than half of all the investment that has been done in research and development. And that is key to drive innovation. Secondly, we know now from analysis on historical facts that industrialization, in particular manufacturing, is the main engine of economic growth. No? And this is coming from recent research we have done. We identify all the growth episodes that have been observed in the world in the last 50 years. And from all these growth episodes, and a growth episode is defined as a period in which a country is able to sustain high levels of economic growth for 8 years or more. So we identify all these episodes. And then we identify that 64% of these growth episodes, so every 3 episodes, 2 episodes, are led by manufacturing. No? So manufacturing is the real drive, the real engine of economic growth, so fundamental to achieve economic development. Next, and this has been already mentioned in the previous interventions, manufacturing is also key for job creation. And I think this is a very interesting topic. I was listening at the interventions during the morning, and this was discussed. The fear that technologies, and in particular artificial intelligence, will replace labor is particularly relevant at the factory floor. No? Automation, we all know, is reducing the number of jobs that can be created in the factory. But the potential of industrialization, the potential of manufacturing to create jobs actually comes from the fact that manufacturing is pulling the rest of the economy. Comes from the fact that there are strong linkages between the manufacturing sector and other sectors of the economy. And what we find is that manufacturing is the sector which has the highest multiplier effect on job creation. And this is consistent around the whole world. The multiplier that we calculate is 2.2, meaning that for every job created in manufacturing, 2 jobs are created outside manufacturing. And this is much larger than any other sector in the economy. Next, also industrialization, manufacturing is very important to address climate action. Of course, first of all, because it's one of the main contributors to CO2 emissions, so decarbonization of manufacturing will be fundamental to achieve these goals. But at the same time, and connected to this story of innovation that I was telling before, we find that in 2023, the last year for which we have data, 60% of all global patents have been done to address climate change, what we call green patents, have been done by manufacturing firms. No? So again, half of innovation, and in particular, half of green innovation. And finally, manufacturing is also very important to support the resilience of the economies. And this was very clear during the COVID pandemic. Those countries who have higher industrial capabilities were at the same time the countries which managed to weather better the COVID-19 pandemic. So in a nutshell, the point is that having a vibrant industrial sector, manufacturing sector, is crucial to accelerating sustainable development. And very briefly, coming back to this of innovation and connecting to the discussions that we are having today, when we look specifically at the development, the use and production of what we call advanced digital production technology, which is typically labeled Industry 4.0, and one of those technologies is artificial intelligence, what we find in our analysis is that if we look at the level of engagement of different countries with this type of technologies, going from the laggard countries which are not even using this technology, consumers of this type of technologies, to producers of this type of technologies, require before to have a strong industrial capability. So again, industrialization is crucial. Industrialization is crucial also in the conversation that we're having today about artificial intelligence, about STI, about digitalization. Now, Very fast, moving to the two other questions because I know the time is short. Second, how is Africa performing in comparative perspective? And here in the report, we propose a novel approach to assess how countries are performing in their sustainable industrial development process, which is connected to some specific sustainable development goals of the United Nations, the so-called SDGs. And in particular, we look into the SDGs number 9, which is the one containing industrialization, SDG number 8, which is the one related to economic growth and job creation, and SDG number 7, which is the one connected to energy, and in particular, clean energy. And we propose a novel approach. I will not go into the details, but just to see to what extent countries are moving or not towards the achievement of the targets of these SDGs and how far they are from the target. Now, let me just show you the results for Africa, and this is summarized in this type of figures. These are figures in which what you can see in the outer side of the circle is the target, the SDG target for each of these dimensions. We have the 3 SDGs, SDG 9, SDG 7, SDG 8. And for each of these dimensions, we have, for each of these SDGs, we have a specific dimension that are important when looking at industrial development. Now, let me show you now the results for Africa as a continent. So taking on average, all African countries, how do they stand in the achievement of these particular dimensions of the SDGs? Starting with SDG 9, you can see here the first bar that you have here. This will be industrialization. And the score for Africa is 35%. It means that Africa on average is 1/3 to the target of the SDG 9 in terms of innovation. You can see something similar in the case of infrastructure, 1/3 of the target. And then you can see in the case of innovation, which is also crucial for the discussion we are having today, that the level of achievement is today very, very small. It's about 7% of the target. Now, moving to the other SDGs, SDG 8, we can see in terms of employment and another component that is in the SDG 8, that is resource efficiency. Africa is doing better. We are halfway to the target. But when it comes to economic growth, and this is a light of alarm, today we are only at 1/3 of the target. Now, and I will come back to this in a second. And finally, when it comes to energy-related dimensions, we can see that the scores are better compared to the SDG 8 and the SDG 9. In energy access and in energy efficiency, we're about at 60% of the target. But in clean energy, this is only 1/3, no? And especially in a continent which has so much abundance of renewable energy, this is an area that can be significantly improved. And I was saying at the beginning, we want to see Africa in a comparative perspective. So what you can see now in the figure is that behind Africa, we have these shadow areas, gray areas, which show what is the average value for all developing countries taken together. Now you can see that in most of the dimensions, Africa is lagging behind, also compared to other developing countries, which means that there is a scope for improvement. And also, we have these sort of rectangles here that tell us what is the speed of the reduction of the gap on each of the dimensions. The greener the rectangle, I don't think you will be able to see the numbers there, but the greener the rectangle, the faster, in this case, Africa, is reducing the gap towards the SDG target. And when we have red rectangles, that means that the gap is actually increasing. So Africa is moving away from the target. And this, again, gives us a bit of an idea of which are the dimensions which would need more immediate action. Now you can see some dimensions, Africa is progressively quite rapidly, so this is positive. Energy access, resource efficiency, infrastructure. But in some others, we can see that there is a negative component here, which means that it is moving away from the target. In particular, economic growth and then also clean energy is low. But the most important is this SDG 9 innovation, and that's why I think it's crucial, this conversation that we're having today, in terms of trying to see how we can find ways of combining industrial policy and STI policy to advance progress in this area. And now, again, very briefly, on the last question, what type of industrial policies are needed to accelerate progress? I'm very happy to hear in the previous interventions, many of the elements that we highlight from UNIDO, they have been already mentioned. In particular, we understand that there are 4 elements which are crucial for modern industrial policy and are the ones that you can see now in the screen. First of all, they should be SDG oriented. That means that the industrial policies should have a mission, should be mission oriented. And that mission can actually be determined by the level of achievement of SDGs, no? Like using the assessment that I have just shown to you. Second one, it should be future ready in the sense that industrial policies, even today, when they are being designed, they should take into consideration those big megatrends that are expected to reshape the industrial landscape of the future. No, because in the moment in which they're going to be implemented, the landscape will be already a bit different. So then this needs to be taken into account. Third, they should be collaborative, and I think this was very much highlighted in the previous intervention. It is fundamental that they, even at the moment of designing the policies, they come from close partnership, close collaboration between the private sector, the public sector, and also academia and research. And finally, they should be regionally coordinated, and this is crucial, especially in the times that we are living. If they are not regionally coordinated, these type of policies can create tensions among neighbors, and that is something we want to avoid, especially in the context of Africa. This type of policy should try to leverage the potential of coordination among the region. And I will not go into the details, but for the presentation of today, I was planning to make a bit of more zoom in this component of future ready. Just briefly, I mentioned there are some megatrends which are reshaping the industrial landscape, in particular in this report and also in the analysis we are doing. We are looking into especially 4 megatrends, which are the energy transition. You can see them there in the figure, the fourth industrial revolution, the rebalancing of global production, this reconfiguration of global value chains when it comes to manufacturing, and something that we call the demographic transition. There are changes which are taking place in the growth of population in different parts of the world. Now, all these mega trends, and we can come back to this in the debate, they are creating new challenges when it comes to thinking industrial policy, thinking STI policy. But at the same time, they're also creating new opportunities. And in the report, we try to look a bit more into those opportunities. And again, I will not go into the details, but just to highlight that each megatrend can be associated to an opportunity. And also in the report, and we can come back to this during the debate, we identify specific policies all over the world in which countries are already today trying to leverage on these opportunities to accelerate their progress in terms of sustainable industrialization and in terms of innovation. So just to finalize, before we move to the panel, as I have mentioned, we have seen a situation in which the SDG, the progress in terms of sustainable development is at risk. We understand that industry, and in particular industrialization, can be a key avenue to accelerate progress and revert this trend. But we know that industrialization doesn't happen alone. It requires industrial policy. And we also know that it cannot be a replication of the industrial policy of the past that have already led us here. So we need a new thinking on industrial policy with the elements that we have highlighted. And we are already observing around the world cases in which countries are making use of these type of elements and managing to accelerate progress. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, and I remain for the debate, for the question. Thank you.
Trends. Dr. Lavopa was talking to the mega trends. But what are the trends currently driving us to the intersection of these two phenomena? Policy on the one side, technology on the other side. And is it going to be a controlled coming together at the intersection?
No, thank you very much, Tula Sizo, for that question, and also thanking the previous speakers, because all of this work and the engagements today, they are really shaping South Africa to be future ready. And I'm happy to also see quite a number of young people being represented here, because these discussions really, they're not for us. I think we've done our part, and now we need to ensure that we are preparing the youth to take over. So with the fourth industrial revolution, and also currently where I'm at with the SACNASP, which is the South African Council for the Natural Scientific Profession, it is an entity under the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And understanding that quite a number of policies, even from the 4IR, are driven from a science, technology, and innovation perspective. So also looking at the mega trends that were highlighted by the previous speaker in terms of climate change, population growth, food insecurity, all of that, even biodiversity loss. So what it therefore speaks to are policies that need to be streamlined so that they are coherent and cohesive. Understanding also that we've got a burgeoning, young people who are also unemployed. When you look at the statistics, in Q2, it was like, those that are at the age of 15 to 24, at a staggering 62%. So here is really a ticking time bomb. We need to really ensure that whatever that we're doing, these policies, they speak to, job creation. But for me, most importantly, is about how do we assist, even from a research, technology, and development perspective, issues of translating that research into tangible products and issues of intellectual property. Quite a number of our work at the university level, the research and technology, is sitting at the shelves, is not being translated into those tangible products, services, and also, work that can assist our economy, also the challenges that we are seeing at the societal level. So we are also talking about global competitiveness. So all of that work that was really culminating from the 4IR Commission's work was really looking at how do we harness technology, how to use research and technology and innovation to really move forward, move the needle forward as South Africa, but not leaving anyone behind, especially the marginalized, women, inclusivity, the youth, and especially people with disabilities. Thank you.
Talifani Banks, let me bring you in. Just from your vantage point, what are the factors that we have working for us in terms of making sure that this intersection between policy and technology is one that is controlled and orchestrated such that it produces this inclusive growth that we want to see?
Good day, everyone. I think that the South African policy is the heart of it, but we are not in control of the policy, because when I sit in those rooms, it's international companies setting the policy. And how does an international company set a policy for local markets? I don't understand it. So I think that we need to have local inclusivity in policy making that is directly for our people here and the continent. There's a disconnect between what government says and what innovators are doing in the ground and what institutions like TUT are doing. And the disconnection is that you are breeding thinkers and innovators who are ready to work. There's no local support to get these guys. I see it on NSFAS, on education level. But on entrepreneurship level, for example, if you're building a technology, you will need a data center support, you will need a cloud support. Can government tell me now that they have supported local startups in technology with data for a year to run a technology? That alone means that there's no startup that is going to compete on the highest level with an international company. And that is how you impact. We need to build systems that work. When you talk about manufacturing, manufacturing is the solution, and heck the doctor. There is a support for manufacturing on production level, but not support on system level. To supply and distribute your product, you need a technology. When people like us build technologies and we want to get into markets, there is no government saying that you need to include them. Instead, they support the same international companies, so we end up competing on the highest level. So you need to have enough capital to compete. When we close down those startups, they say you didn't have enough capability. So I want to see policy connecting with entrepreneurship and institutions like this one. You need to support your local entrepreneurs, hold them up for 3-4 years until they stand. Influence government and policies to work with them until their solutions work. I've seen good brainers and good thinkers on the ground that are not supported at all. So that's what will take it to the next level.
Yeah, Ayabonga, let me bring you in here. One among the themes that I've been picking up in listening to some of the presentations and some of the reading is the whole resurgence of industrial policy and perhaps emphasis on industrial policy. And another concept that I've had to learn in the last while, admittedly, mission-oriented STI, as in you identify what the mission is, and therefore, everything you're doing, including industrial policy, talks to that. Between what Dr. Nompumelelo and Mr. Banks said, what's your reading about the resurgence of industrial policy? Are we walking the talk, or we just know what needs to be said, that industrial policy is central to the next chapter of policy and technology, or are we walking the talk? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it seems, Tulas, you and I don't have the nice microphones. I don't know if it's because you are a BBT or not. No, Tulas, I think you're right that there's been a seeming resurgence of industrial policy. I worry, though, that resurgence or the novelty of it is not new to us. If you look at South African economic policy, certainly for the last 3 decades, we have at different moments spoken rhetorically about industrial policy. I think it has been a swear word in certain parts of the world. I mean, I remember being a postgraduate student, and if you spoke about industrial policy, it was like you had sworn at somebody. So even in universities, the free market economics was always at odds with this idea that the state can intervene in markets to achieve particular outcomes. And I think it's a welcome development that everyone is starting to think in this way. I think the challenge, though, Tulas, arises from what Stavros was speaking about earlier, which is how do you, if you are interested in incubating certain capabilities, as Alejandro was saying, recognize that incubation of those capabilities comes at a cost. If you are going to be fixated solely with the price mechanism and how cheaply you can get a product, then of course you are going to end up importing the products of countries who have much larger bases from which they can produce. Talifani makes a very interesting point, that even if in instances where we do incubate the capability, we don't give it the scale it needs. So let me give you another example. China effectively usurped the large language model capability of AI models from the United States by introducing DeepSeek. What distinguished DeepSeek and its cheaper costs of development was primarily how the Chinese government regulated the use of data from its over 1 billion strong people in its society.
Yes.
So it was able to channel that data or patterns online to feed a large language model and allow it to be trained in a much more cost-effective and expedited way than the finder-finder type of approach you would see in the United States. Second example, Tulas, with the little time you have. The largest employer in manufacturing in South Africa is agro-processing. It employs more people in manufacturing than any other form of manufacturing, including Stavros's pharmaceuticals.
Particularly.
Yes. So the people must eat first before they take the medication, right? But let me tell you something funny. In South Africa, we feed every single day 19 million South African children. Yet the ability to feed those children is left to chance, to a tender process at the level of a school or a province that will decide who gets to feed those children. On the one hand, I've got as Usis Nombulelo is saying, I've got all manner of intellectual property, patents, and trademarks on sorghum. Brilliant grain, indigenous to Africa, gluten-free, with a particular capability, but very few of those 19 million children are having any sorghum-based food as part of the National Nutritional School Program. And very few farmers in many of the former homeland reserves who used to plant sorghum are actually planting sorghum. So you've got a chicken and an egg problem that could be resolved if you were to regularize how those 19 million children are fed and put into play conditionalities. That's the mission orientation you are speaking about. Professor Mariana Mazzucato speaks of conditionalities. There's no free lunch. We're not going to give a retailer the ability to feed millions of children without wanting something in return. And what do we want in return? We want the innovations that come from our universities, our CSIRs, our MinTechs, to have a basis of commercialization. We should be saying, if we had, as you say, control of the policy, which is something else we can discuss. Why do we issue licenses in telecommunications and even in mining without a commercialization imperative? You issue a license to a mine, show me in the period you will have the license to operate that you are the one who will commercialize innovations that have already come from a MinTech. We don't place those hard conditionalities precisely because, Talifani, we think politics is something for other people. You say you are not part of the policy precisely because you are leaving that to chance. Go and watch the sugar industry. The sugar industry, every sitting of a portfolio committee on agriculture has a person there. Sure. It's a publicly open thing. What is stopping the startup or innovation community from effectively lobbying?
That is powerful. Dr. Stavros, I suppose this whole conversation is about...
You also don't have a mic.
And I expropriated his without compensation.
We got marginalized there.
I expropriated it. I suppose this whole conversation is about realizing the fourth industrial revolution and ensuring that, the continent, South Africa, we don't end up, when you were talking about industrial policy, we don't end up just being mere consumers, and the parallels you were drawing with the pharmaceutical industry, quite powerful. Are we even having those conversations, though, at a real level that says we're going to be intentional about encouraging and supporting innovation, as well as bridging the skills gaps that may exist, some of which you talked to earlier on?
I think three things in response. The first is this issue of policy cohesion, coordination, and implementation is lacking insofar as our overall industrialization ambition resides as a country. Ayabonga used to be Minister Patel's advisor, and they were in an unenviable position because they have to drive industrialization policy, and I can say the same thing for Minister Parkstyle and his team today. You have to drive industrialization. You have very little fiscal wriggle room, and one of your most important levers is entirely out of your hands, which is that of line ministries procuring. And those line ministries can do whatever they want, okay, including not follow the implementation of public procurement policy. Okay. So let me move to the second point. The second point is a point that was well made earlier, also I think by Ayabonga. In fact, he did make the point. So I want to supplement and reinforce the point. We have very much a mindset in our country of lowest price represents best value for money. Okay. Now, listen to that, best value for money. Okay. How can that possibly ever be? So if I look again, and I'm sorry, I'm defaulting back to pharma again. If I look at, again, the antiretroviral tender, I could use this with vaccines, I could use it with any pharmaceutical tender. So the mindset in the health department is that we are going to save R1 per pack of ARVs, and we have to buy, let's say, 7 million a month. So we're saving 7 million Rand a month let's pat ourselves on the back, we've done a great job. Okay. However, if you are losing 3 rand per pack in multiplier impact, you are 2 rand per pack worse off, you are 14 million rand worse off per month, or around 160 million rand worth off per year. So how on earth can that be a good procurement decision? It's an extremely poor one. So the point I do want to make is that when it comes to using procurement as a lever of industrialization, and there are other levers, it's not the only one. Alejandro mentioned some, colleagues on the stage have mentioned some, but when it comes to this one, best value for money constitutes what represents the best multiplier impact back into your economy, not what is the cheapest price. And it's such a basic concept, but we get it wrong day after day, month after month. It's completely inexplicable to me.
I do understand that we're completely out of time. Dr. Nompumelelo, perhaps let me ask you to sum it up for us. I'm a fan of dashboards. I'm a big fan, and I think I mention it at every opportunity I get to say, I want to track where we were, where we started, how far are we 2 months later, 6 months later, etc., etc. In terms of the commitments we made to ourselves around the fourth industrial revolution frameworks that came through from the work you did in the past, how far are we? And I know that I saw some tracking documents, but if you were to ask me right now, I don't have an answer of what has been achieved by way of ensuring, because the noble goal was for South Africa not to be left behind in fourth and fifth industrial revolutions, as a way of summing up.
Yeah, that is a difficult one. We served as commissions, and our work really was to put together the blueprint on the fourth industrial revolution for the country. And of course, that was for the 2-year period. And after that, of course, there was the establishment of the 4IR Institute. And I think UJ was the first, which was also appointed by the president. And of course, now we've seen TUT with the Institute for the Future of Works, as well as the 4IR Hub, and now University of Pretoria. So quite a number of universities now they're looking at implementation. But I think it also is taking the route of, you know, where are we as a country? What are the levers and where should we invest? Because data is the new oil or the new money. So that is very key for us. And I think I also want to emphasize, because also as part of that 4IR was to look at the key economic sectors, agriculture to start with. We've got a huge number of our small-scale farmers. I think in the previous submission, where we had that, they are using old technologies, and we want them to also embrace, the 4IR technologies, precision agriculture, for example, where you know that through data, once you have that in your cell phone, we are able to know that we are having climate change issues, we are having all of these other challenges, abiotic and biotic diseases and pests that were not there before. So these are all the technologies when we're talking about a mission-oriented, policy or, a way of work, that we now need to look at it from a sector-specific base, as well as ensuring that it really assists those that need this technology most. So in the agricultural space, it will be issues of food security, nutrition, just to have a sustainable agri-food system approach. But also energy was one of those. So there's quite a number of pockets of success. It's just that it's the coordination, because all of these are also taken on by different ministries. The Department of Science and Technology and Innovation, you've got your CSIR, you've got your TIAs, supporting also our young innovators. So also other departments for energy and so forth. So I think it is maybe important then at some point that we have the monitoring tool to track where are we with the promises, the strategy that was set, because I know that now there is a project management office that was established, and I believe that all of that is being put together and delivered to the president, because it was the initiative of the president as well.
All right, I've got to thank you for that. Talifani, if you don't mind, can I just be a dictator? and basically, I don't know, just short concluding remarks. From everything you've heard, how does it play itself out on the ground in this innovation space, opportunities space, entrepreneurial spaces? And what is the opportunity cost of not, being true and bearing fidelity to all of these nice things we're talking about?
I think once governments start including entrepreneurs in policy making and include them, I don't know why we don't own data centers in the continent. Or everything is outside, and the same applies to the medicine. So, but we need to start, if we're talking 4IR, we're talking scaling technology, but we don't have data centers to store technology. I am yet to see when governments start enforcing rules that allows young innovators to be supported. The international data centers, they need to have a space for local entrepreneurs to store their technology for 2 years without paying. Those clouds are expensive. You won't find technologies from young entrepreneurs scaling because it's expensive. So from that, that's what I want to see. Also, when I go to policies, can I see local companies influencing policies? Because the last one I went, it's just international companies. I can't even speak. So yeah, but that's what I want to say. I'm speaking for the people, that's all, yeah. Thank you.
All right, I'm told we're completely out of time. I've got to thank all my panelists this afternoon. We are, standing between yourselves and nourishment, so let's not delay it any further. I've got to thank everyone. Alejandro Lavopa, thank you so much for joining us remotely, and thank you for those words that you delivered, as well as my panelists on stage, Dr. Stavros Nicolaou, Ayabonga Tawe, Dr. Nompumelelo Oboko, and Talifani Banks. Please give them a round of applause, please.
Please give them another round of applause. Okay, we're going to give them a minute for pictures. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, whilst they're busy taking pictures, we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to ask everyone to go a level down, one level down. There is a couple of ushers that will direct you to where you'll be served. It's a buffet. We only have 30 minutes, and I would ask everyone please to come back immediately after 30 minutes. I think we'll communicate it when we 5 minutes from 30 minutes so that we don't waste enough time.
And just like that, we are back from lunch. How was lunch? Ladies and gentlemen, Sanmonani, Locheni, hello. There we go. Okay, welcome back after lunch. Simple question, how was lunch? Just by a show of, I suppose, presence of sound. Woo, if lunch was good. Yeah, thank you, because I can't see. I imagine some people are going like this, some are going like that, but I can't see. So I'm assuming that everybody is happy. How was lunch?
Maybe the 1 second?
There'll be seconds after.
It was a buffet, though.
When we are done here,
It's allowed.
there'll definitely be seconds downstairs. If they aren't, then the chef lied to me. It's not me.
Ladies and gentlemen, without any waste of time, our keynote address under the topic, The Future of Work in South Africa, harnessing the platform economy beyond rides and deliveries. And to deliver that is Mr. Depesh Thomas from GM Sub-Saharan Africa, Uber. Please put your hands together for Mr. Thomas.
All the people that didn't clap are boat users, Mr. Depesh. But by the time you're done, they'll be converted into Uber clients.
I hope so. I hope so. Good afternoon, everyone. It seems I've been given... Oh, apologies. The middle, okay. Thanks. Okay, let's try this again. Good afternoon, everyone. It seems I've been given the most difficult slot of the day. I think they call it the graveyard shift. So my job is to make sure that none of you actually end up in the graveyard during the speech that I'm about to give. But then again, this is Africa, the youngest and most energetic continent in the world. So I'm betting we can prove that even in the graveyard shift, we'll have a lot of energy and life. On a more serious note, though, I want us to begin today by shifting our perspective on Africa, looking not at a continent of challenges, but rather a marketplace of boundless opportunities. Africa is not the future. I want to reiterate that Africa is the present. Let's consider the demographics for 1 second. 60% of Africa's population is younger than the age of 25. In the next decade alone, 75 million young people will join the workforce. And in the next 25 years, 1 of 4 people in the entire world will be African. This is not just a demographic shift. It is the most profound and fundamental workforce transformation the world will ever see. This generation is not waiting for old solutions. They are building new ones. The Finmark Trust study found that nearly 300 digital platforms across the continent, 80% of which are homegrown, are already providing income for over 4.8 million Africans. We also boast the highest concentration of women business owners globally. The foundation for a new economy is already laid. To fully understand this opportunity, we must acknowledge the fundamental difference in the world of work here in sub-Saharan Africa compared to the global north. Here, informality is not a side project. It accounts for 60% of all employment on the continent. Self-employment is not a choice for 4 out of 10 workers. It is a necessity. The safety nets we take for granted elsewhere are often absent. Between 40 and 80% of informal workers lack pension coverage. But this landscape of informality has also created unique resilience. Self-employment and informal work are seen as a critical buffer against social and economic shocks. This brings us to South Africa. South Africa is deeply unique. We actually are remarkable. Only 4% of Africa's population, yet we generate 14% of the continent's GDP, making us by many, many measures its largest economy. And yet we face a big crisis of opportunity. A nearly 60% youth unemployment rate is simply unacceptable. The answers lie in finding ways to simplify economic participation. We need to break the barriers associated with traditional employment, the search, the application, the waiting, the anxiety. This is where digital platforms can step in and are doing so already. Today, the 100+ platforms offering access to earnings opportunities across South Africa open the door to immediate economic participation and opportunities without closing the door on future opportunities. The future of work is not arriving, it's here already. South Africa must take the lead and harness it. Just a few years ago, forecasts suggested that platform work would create employment for 1 out of 15 unemployed youth in Africa, roughly an additional 3 million opportunities. We're already far beyond that. The JobTech Alliance now estimates that in 5 years, between 30 million and 88 million Africans will earn at least a portion of their income through JobTech platforms by 2030. Importantly, 60% of these earners are women. In South Africa, the economic potential is equally transformative. Digital platforms could contribute 91 billion to our economy by 2035, impacting the livelihoods of nearly 4 million people. This is the magnitude of the opportunity at hand. The digital work taxonomy is clear. It's about more than just ride sharing. It's about creating an entire economy for freelancers, skilled professionals, and service providers. Uber has spent more than a decade in this region demonstrating what's possible. Our economic impact report shows that in 2023 alone, Uber contributed $1.3 billion across Egypt, Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria. That's a massive 24 billion rand. Since launching in South Africa in 2013, we've created 100,000 earnings opportunities, contributing 17 billion directly and indirectly into the economy in 2023. And another important stat, of these 100,000 earnings opportunities, 74% of these drivers had no opportunity to participate and earn in the economy previously. These are not just employment contracts. They are self-employment opportunities where employment flexibility is king. We know that drivers and delivery people are making 2.3 billion annually, 57% more than what their next best alternative is. Their ability to choose their own working hours was estimated to be worth 1.4 billion rand to them. But our impact is far wider than just our platform. Platform work is actually a massive contributor to the wider value chain. In 2023 alone, we enabled 1.6 in additional revenues to restaurants. We added 400 million rand to the nighttime economy, and we injected 1 billion into South Africa's tourism sector, supporting millions of tourists. And for the users, well, the Uber app produced an estimated 22 billion in economic consumer surplus in 2023. The measure of value, the convenience and accessibility users gain beyond what they pay is a real reflection of what the platform value means for the millions of people that use it on a daily basis. We also spoke to some of our earners, and this is what they had to say. Sipho, a father, told us that he valued being able to drop off his daughter at school in the mornings before switching on the Uber app and choosing to earn. A young man in Cape Town called Kabelo described driving with Uber as his first step into entrepreneurship. For him, the pride of being a business owner mattered equally as much as the income that he generated. And a woman in Gauteng, Tandi, spoke about how she sets her own goals daily, chooses her hours, and most importantly, enjoys a simple act of connecting with people on a daily basis. What we heard in these stories was choice, dignity, flexibility, and access. A very different story from the headlines about unemployment. Because these are not actually abstract examples. These are lived experiences of thousands of South Africans who've turned to the digital economy to make a living and to build their futures. Now, multiply this impact. Multiply Uber's footprint by the 90 other sources of platform work available in South Africa today. There is a story to tell, an opportunity to unlock, and a clear path to shared prosperity through economic participation. Today, the future has already happened. Tomorrow is here for the taking. Our call to action is simple and threefold. Firstly, we must invest. Invest aggressively in digital infrastructure and skills training that supports the growing ecosystem, ensuring that every single citizen can access the benefits of the JobTech economy. Second, we need to innovate regulation. We must create flexible regulatory frameworks that recognize the unique nature of self-employment on platforms, balancing the need for worker protection and maintaining the values of flexibility. Do not force 20th century models onto a 21st century workforce. Third, we must collaborate. Government, private sector, civil societies must work together to ensure that this digital dividend is shared equitably across the continent. Let's stop waiting for a future that we can build today. Let's seize the moment, let's leverage our demographic advantage and cement Africa's place as a global leader in innovative work. Thank you very much.
Ready. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jani de Villiers, and I have the privilege of moderating the last panel of the day. So as Dipesh said, we have the graveyard shift, well aware in between you and the traffic, but we do believe that we will give you some nuggets of wisdom to carry with you this afternoon as well. So the purpose of the panel this afternoon is to put the visions of leaders from Uber, Google, and MasterCard in conversation with each other. Now, these platforms do not operate in silos. They have an interconnected ecosystem, and that ecosystem really is reshaping livelihoods in the way that you would have heard from Dipesh's remarks earlier this afternoon. The goal is to explore the synergies, to confront those challenges, and to discuss the shared responsibility the ecosystem holds in building an inclusive digital future for our country. Now, firstly, we've heard from Dipesh. I want to give Gwen Ngwenya, who is from MasterCard and joining us, she's joining us on screen, you will see her now, as well as Ms. Abongile Mashele, who is from Google, the opportunity to talk to us about how each platform is a tangible catalyst for the new world of work, specifically looking at entrepreneurship in South Africa. So, Gwen, are you with us? You maybe just see.
Connectivity.
Connectivity, right? We'll put that down as the #1 thing we want to take from this afternoon. Maybe while we wait to get Gwen online, Abongile, can I move over to you? Maybe take us through that. How is Google a tangible catalyst for this new world of work?
Thank you, Yanni. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all well, and the light is distracting me, but I'm hoping you're all good. I think if there's one key takeaway from Dipesh's talk is how it's not a futuristic thing that is still to happen, something that we are still waiting for. At Google, when we are talking about the AI opportunity, we are actually talking about how can we leverage the AI opportunity now. Because as tech companies, a lot of our products have actually been using AI and have been powered by AI for years. So a lot of the skills that are required in technology companies that are technically inclined have been there for years. So it's about how do we ensure that as African economies, as South Africa in particular, we have the necessary capabilities. And then also from a user perspective, how do we ensure that we have users that are able to leverage the different products? So as Google, for instance, we are not one platform. We have a range of products where different people and different users have different opportunities. We have Google Search, which enables businesses to advertise or to share the information that they are providing to the public, utilizing Google Search, utilizing Google Ads. We have YouTube, which I know is very popular amongst the youth, and it's an opportunity for content creators to share information, to share insights, to create productions. So content creation now is no longer limited to people who are in a form of movie production house, for instance. Anyone can be a content creator. We've got Google Maps, which also supports products like Uber, where people can find themselves in different areas. So the platform economy has such a catalytic impact. There's a slide that I actually shared where we did our own research last year, where in South Africa alone, our products and services, including search, maps, and everything, contributed an estimated 118 billion rand just in South Africa in terms of the digital economy. Now, this is in terms of the time that people would have spent creating a particular vlog or particular masterpiece, the time that could have been spent in putting together a marketing campaign and advertising your small business. So the digital economy has a catalytic effect on the market and on the country's growth and on the country's economy. But we need to find a way to double down on the things that we need to do. And in order for us to be able to leverage the digital economy adequately, we need to start with infrastructure. Without infrastructure, when I am talking to someone in my village in Ngamakwe, which is where I come from, you are talking about a foreign concept. If you are saying you are going to introduce robotics in the classroom, if the children in the classroom do not even have access to normal 2G network for them to make a phone call. So we need to double down on infrastructure and ensuring that we have the access. We need to double down in ensuring that the skilling framework that we have from basic education all the way out to higher education, which is where TUT is important, is producing the right skills. And we also then need to double down on the industry partnership. And I think as part of this panel, we'll definitely share some of the initiatives that we have as Google, because we are certainly invested in ensuring that we skill young people in particular so that they can fully leverage the different opportunities that are out there.
Thank you so much. It's always so wonderful to have panelists of this caliber. Can I just say that as a moderator, between you and Dipesh, you've made my life very easy this afternoon. And I know, Gwen, it's so lovely to see you online. You are going to continue that trend and make our lives very easy this afternoon. So I want to hand over to you, Gwen, to talk to us about MasterCard and MasterCard also being a catalyst in the world of work and entrepreneurship. Hi, can you hear us? I think if someone can just indicate to Gwen that the floor is hers. It's echoing what Abongile said about connectivity, right? So we see it here, we see it in action, we see exactly what we need to take from this panel. Let me just see. Colleagues, it's a bit tough to see with the lights, so if you can just indicate to me if you've let Gwen know that the floor is hers. Yeah, please. Thank you. We're using platforms. Okay. While we wait to get that done, Dipesh, I wanted to hand back to you for a second. Talking about what Abongile has mentioned now specifically as well. You've spoken about tangible change that you've brought into the lives of people who use your platform. Can you elucidate on that a little bit for us and give us the sort of the vision of what you want for Uber and the impact that Uber can have in people's lives?
Yeah. Thanks, Yanni. I think what's important is the stat I mentioned, that since 2013 we've created 100,000 earnings opportunities on the platform. But what's even more important is what I mentioned in my keynote, is we need to move away from this traditional employment model where you apply, you search, you wait, you don't hear back, all the anxiety in the process, and your conversion from an application to actually getting a role is often quite low. And secondly, you're dependent on a formal employment role being published. So the benefit of Uber is it creates demand for employment, and to get yourself on board, online, and earning is a relatively simple process. So if you're a driver, of course you need to be trained in driving and have a driving license and a professional ability to do so, and the licensing. But you can upload your documentation, have access to a vehicle through our fleet partners or through our vehicle access marketplace, and start driving from day one. But what's really, really important is the sense that we've got a variety of people that actually use our platform to earn. You've got your full-time earners, the 74% that had no opportunity to participate in the economy and no opportunity to earn. But you've got other individuals and other segments of earners on the platform as well. And these can be your part-time people. So drivers who, I've spoken to many drivers, for example, who work a traditional job in a call center until 4 o'clock. They're able to finance their vehicle and they decide, look, I've got 2-3 hours after work to make a living. So they switch on the app, they choose the trips they want to take, the locations they want to work in, and they essentially start stacking up their income. And I think that's truly the value of platform work. Is it's multifaceted, it's flexible, and ultimately it lowers barriers to participate.
Yep, so important, and exactly what we need in a country with our unemployment rate.
Exactly, yeah.
Absolutely. I wanted to hand back. Is Gwen still online or not?
She says she was booted.
She was booted off. I'm so sorry. We'll make sure that her contribution is shared as well. She's trying to rejoin us. Thank you so much. Abongile is utilizing a platform of communication right next to me to make sure that we get Gwen and her message to you as well. So speaking of lowering barriers to entry, I have the privilege this afternoon of having two platforms. As we said, you don't operate in silos. You work together. You have other relationships that you've indicated in terms of maps and map usage, and that obviously has a very specific use case. But now, Abongile, it's one thing to offer a course. It's another thing for that to actually lead to employment at the end of the day. Now, can you share any South African data that tracks the journey of somebody who has, for instance, completed a Google Career Certificate, in terms of them being able to find a job? And then after that, I'm going to hand over to Dipesh to talk to us. You have your Google Career Certificate. Does it benefit you at the end of the day if you're a business such as a restaurant who wants to get onto the Uber Eats platform, for instance?
Okay, I want to answer it in this way. There's your Google Career Certificates, which we execute in partnership with Coursera, but there's a number of other training programs and initiatives that we do in partnership with different institutions. And my biggest learning, and the professors in the room, please don't be nice to me. My biggest learning is that the barrier to entry in tech careers is not as high as you would find in other traditional careers. And there is a lot of work that we need to do to also rejig and reconfigure higher education in South Africa. For instance, we've done some work to try and see how we can get the Coursera certificates accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority. But the time it would take us to get those courses accredited, it would mean by the time the accreditation process is done, the course has become redundant. So the nature of skilling in the tech world, because technology is evolving so quickly, it means we need to be fast-paced, and it is not as laborious that you have to spend 3 years doing a qualification. To give you an example, with the Coursera career sets, we have recorded a 70% advancement in career growth from people who've participated in the Coursera training. It may not mean you'll find a job. Sometimes it could be you deciding that there is a gap in cybersecurity in your neighborhood, and you become a startup supporting small businesses in your community to gear up and be cyber savvy and cyber ready and protect themselves. So we have seen a positive career growth and progression, and a lot of the young people who participate in the program, I think it also helps to broaden the horizon and get them into new skills like UX design, which you wouldn't necessarily get out of a traditional learning environment. So it has had positive yields, and even our small business initiatives like Hustle Academy, which is a skills development, which is a skills bootcamp for small businesses. We have seen a lot of the small businesses that participate in Hustle Academy recording growth in their business because they are now able to use digital marketing tools to market their hair salon in Sunnyside, so that they can get more traffic walking in, which they would not have ordinarily had if they were just sitting on the chair waiting for someone to walk in.
Makes sense. Absolutely. No, and it's wonderful to hear about that and the growth of micro-credentials and having that agility and flexibility in the system as well. Now in terms of what you've seen, Deepesh, have you seen situations where having that additional step, a qualification, a Coursera qualification, actually benefits someone who wants to do work on the Uber platform?
I think what Abangile mentioned is quite a nice synergy. So you've got a digital content creator that can start promoting their restaurant on Google as an example, and that'll end up as more demand onto Uber. So that's one of the examples. I also think it's really important to note that what I mentioned earlier is having access to informal employment or job tech employment through an Uber app does not take away future opportunities from other formal kind of opportunities. Yes. So what we can actually see, and what you do see, is some drivers, as an example, using this as a stopgap into getting their next formalized opportunity. And in that period, often some of them do upskill because they've got extra time sitting in their car. So I think that's also a nice kind of synergy. Specifically in the restaurant side, what we do is we put a lot of training into onboarding restaurants, but also onboarding drivers and fleet partners, but essentially teaching them how to manage their business, how to generate more demand, and essentially this is often the first step that these informal restaurants take into the digital economy, because all of a sudden they've downloaded the Uber app, they've uploaded their menu, they're now on the digital economy for the first time ever. And also what we see is natural skills that start to develop are around financial management, cash flow management, etc. So running a small business becomes important as well.
That's wonderful. So it's just one of the most interesting ways that the different platforms can sort of look at a challenge from two different angles and from two different sides and provide solutions for that, which is wonderful. Now, I'm not sure if Gwen is still online. I'm going to conclude with our conversation with the last round of questions and then just see if Gwen is online, that she can make her input as well. So just in terms of what we've spoken about, infrastructure and the importance of infrastructure. What goes hand in hand with that is the importance of policy and having conducive policy, a really conducive policy environment. You've also mentioned that, both of you have. If you had one request from South Africa's government in terms of the unlocking of a new wave of digital entrepreneurship, what would that smart policy be? Abongile, I'll start with you.
Firstly, I hope there's some governance students in the room, because that's one area, as someone who studied politics, that people didn't actually realize the intersection between governance and politics and technology and the shift that is happening that we are seeing now. And that talks to a whole rejig that we need to do on the curriculum in the humanities and social sciences side of things. But from a policy perspective, one of the things that you realize is that you need to have the space for agility, for adaptation. Policy has previously been very prescriptive, that you must do 1, 2, 3 in order for 4 to happen. What we have learned in this environment is that we need to allow for more agility, because the environment changes quite rapidly, but have the necessary guardrails that are important. For instance, in the era of AI, safeguarding humanity is very important. So you need to have the necessary guardrails that talk to how do we ensure that the technology is not misused, the technology is not used to further agendas that are not necessarily good. And it's not a new phenomenon, it's not a new risk, but it just means we need to be working more closely together, whereas previously you would steal something from a shop and you would go and report it to a police station, and then the police would go and investigate and arrest you. Now you actually need the necessary skills in the police, but you also need the skills in the tech companies themselves, so that you can track, detect, and remove certain things and work together with law enforcement. So we need a policy environment that allows for that collaboration and partnership, that allows for that agility in the system. We have to move away from the era of saying only one party has the public interest at heart, because private companies also need to have that public interest at heart, because for our businesses to grow, it means the consumers need to trust. Because if the consumer does not trust the product, they will move to the next product. So it's important for us to ensure that that consumer trust is there as we roll out these different products. So for policymakers, that's what we always say. How do we ensure we find a way to have the necessary guardrails, but allow for the innovation? Because that is the biggest balance that we need to have. Without that, we may run the risk of stifling innovation.
Absolutely. Could not have said it better. And Dipesh, I know you feel that conversation in terms of guardrails and innovation. So please, the floor is yours.
I don't think I can answer after that answer, but just to maybe just take it back. So I don't think there's a silver bullet specifically for one policy that will progress things faster. So I think echoing Abongile, for me the most important thing is collaboration and understanding. And I mentioned it in the keynote. We can't have a 20th century mindset to regulate a 21st century workforce. And I think that's what we as Africa, as a continent, with policymakers often struggle with is, firstly, an unwillingness to understand, an unwillingness to support, and essentially unlock innovation. So I think for me, the call is, let's work more collaboratively with the policymakers. Let's hope for more collaboration and more understanding, because exactly as Abongile said, there's private interest to proceed further with these things as well. So it needs to be a collaborative effort.
Yep. Absolutely. So to the two of you, thank you so much. This was such a fascinating discussion, and I think the takeaway is clear. The future is integrated. We need to work on these barriers to entry and understand that they are lower when it comes to the platform economy, and use that to our benefit. And also that there's a shared responsibility in terms of industry and government, and that we need to nurture and foster those relationships so that we build an inclusive and equitable digital economy. So please join me in giving a massive round of applause to my two panelists, to Abongile Mashela and to Dipesh Thomas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There we go.
And before you jump off on stage, we need to do our group picture so we can share.
Before you need to put this down.
I heard something, but I can't see anything, so can I pretend that I saw nothing? Questions? Okay. Do we have time for 3 questions? 3 questions? Okay. Yes, we do. There was a question.
Thank you. Oh, Shab, thank you so much.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll take that question. Then we'll take a question in the Man United chat, and then next to the Man United chat. All right, cool. Let's do the picture.
Okay.
And then after the picture, we can then take the questions.
Perfect. It's wild, no, Sam? Me either. Oh, thanks, Cassie. We're looking down here. Okay. MC, are you going to assist us because we can't see with these lights, sir? Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just thought what happened earlier with the lady who needed to present as part of this panel is actually an indication of where we are in Africa and in South Africa with the digital divide. I live in rural peri-urban space, just 30 kilometers from a city center. I'm not sure if you can call Durban a city, but it's a town. I cannot attend meetings online. So the whole issue of group areas planning still exists. I actually wanted to ask this question earlier with the telecom gentleman still around, where just the base issue of network connectivity as a requirement, before we even talk to higher levels like AI and other things, we are still not there yet. And then which will then affect Google and everyone else who is trying to connect. My question to Uber is, I heard all the value proposition. What I did not hear is the issue around security, particularly in a very volatile transport space that South Africa is with e-hailing and so forth, having problems. And being a rural person again, rural services, and your investment of those billions back into the road infrastructure. Is there something around that and thinking of working with people like us, traditional leaders in the rural space, to make sure that all that economy we're talking about responds to only 1%? This whole conversation we're having here, as important as it is about the 1%, the middle class. The new South African divide is no longer white and black. It's now those that have just 1% in this room and the rest of the people who are far from here. How are we even beginning to think, when we think technology, innovation, AI, and the work we do to bridge that divide? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think one part of the question was directed to me and possibly second part to Abangile and Google. So it's a great question. I think I'll touch on the inclusivity question first. I am proud to say that there's a renewed focus on township inclusion, specifically in South Africa, but also across sub-Saharan Africa, where we're looking at targeting and bringing online the outskirts and smaller cities. And I'll make this very tangible in two examples. We are working directly with the Gauteng government to essentially push and promote township inclusion, specifically on the restaurant side. So I'm sure a lot of you may have noticed already, but your previously informal mom and pop shops, spaza shops, container restaurants are now available on Uber. And what this is translated to is, firstly, Uber is in the business of demand generation, so a significant new amount of demand coming through to these previously inaccessible restaurants from a demand perspective. Secondly, it's the multiplier effect. So with additional revenue and additional orders, still servicing online and offline orders, headcount capacity becomes important. So you'll find a lot of these informal spaza shops now essentially employing additional people, one to manage the Uber till and the other one to manage offline orders. Secondly, we've noticed that transport poverty is a big challenge, specifically in South Africa, but also across the continent. And what we've seen in our recent studies is about 40% of the population still have to end up walking 2 to 3 kilometers a day. And this is because there are gaps, not just in e-hailing, but also in public and private transportation. So what ends up happening is people take a taxi and they still have to walk 2 kilometers to their homes or 2 kilometers to their employers. And that's specifically why we've launched Uber Moto, and I'm sure everyone may have seen this in the news. We launched it in a small suburb in Johannesburg, and now we've expanded into some of these peri-urban areas that you've mentioned. And this is a great story, in my opinion, because firstly, transport accessibility is really important. Now, people can actually access an Uber for as little as 10 Rand to get 1 or 2 kilometers on the back of a motorbike. Secondly, it's creating employment. And we're working directly with the government, but directly with communities and civil societies to essentially start onboarding, training people to understand how to firstly transport someone on the back of an Uber, on a motorbike. And then, of course, getting them access to things like motorbikes and financing and things of the sort. So a big focus for us, and that's the first part of the question I'd like to answer. Secondly, I think safety is fundamental, and a large portion of the investments that I spoke about, the revenue we generate, goes directly back into the platform to enhance safety, both on the driver and on the rider side. And safety comes in three forms. One is before the trip, so vetting your drivers, vetting your riders, making sure there's no bad actors on the platform, checking the quality of your vehicle, criminal background checks, etc. And then on the app, while you're on the app, we do PIN verification, AI to understand if the trip is going off course, seatbelt reminders, speeding reminders, but also, given the nuance specifically of South Africa and some of our other markets, we've embedded a private armed response capability into the Uber app. So if you're feeling unsafe on the Uber app, you can essentially open the app, click a button, and within a couple of minutes have the best-in-class private armed response or medical responses available. And then, of course, after the trip, if things do go wrong, if you have a lost item, there are mechanisms to firstly correct that, but secondly to investigate and improve the process from the beginning. So safety is really, really paramount to what Uber does and what we stand for. Hope that was clear. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know, the point on connectivity, I think we completely agree on that one. And as tech companies, as Google, we've invested a lot in connectivity, investing in subsea cables, investing in fiber optic cables. But obviously, the last mile connectivity requires local network operators, which is why your telecom and your other fiber companies would be more relevant. But one thing I always say, and please don't quote me to my employer, one of the things that we really, really need to organize on is the education sector should be more intentional in talking to the Department of Communications about how do we coordinate all these things so that we fast-track connectivity, particularly in the underserved areas. I find that sometimes that's often left to the tech sector and the Minister of Communications, whereas I think there's a voice that the Minister of Higher Education has to lend to the Minister. So I think there's a collective lobbying that we all have to do to push this so that it moves a bit further. But don't quote me. This is me as a South African now speaking on this thing.
All right, we'll take the second question. Please be mindful on how long and how detailed your question is, otherwise it defeats the purpose of time. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Kagiso Khomane. I run an organization called For the Youth by the Youth. So I wanted to check with Google. I have a network of young people. I think there are 61,000 across South Africa. So with the skills that you are offering, how can we best collaborate to assist these young people? Because most of them, they're unemployed. So how can we collaborate with you guys so that you can offer these skills to our young people? Thank you.
Okay. There's different modalities for executing our different programs. We fund non-profits. For instance, We Think Code is one of the ones that I could think of that we gave a grant to roll out AI skilling. There are some programs that we do directly ourselves as Google, and that's Hustle Academy. And that one you can just Google Hustle Academy. And if you have a small business, that small business can actually apply online, register online, and the team would get to them. The Coursera certificates, we've partnered with agencies such as NEMISA, and NEMISA is actually the one that's doing the recruitment and rolling out of the Coursera cybersecurity training. Excuse me, I've got flu. And also partnering with universities. So it depends on exactly what your network is looking at, because we partner with different institutions and different implementing agencies to roll out some of these programs. Another one that I need to call out is our Google developer groups. And those are just general communities and groups that we have in different parts of the country. We recently hosted a hackathon with the Cape Town one last week. So those are some of the initiatives that your young people can affiliate themselves with. There's a presentation that I shared today What I'll ask the organizers to also do is to just distribute it to participants so that you can see more information. And a lot of the things that we have is Google. You can actually just Google and you'll find them there as well.
Cool. And last question to the neighbor. You're covered. Okay. Lady in blue as the last question.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it Deepresh? Okay. I want to ask, is there potential for Uber to collaborate with the taxi industry in maybe helping them also get technologically advanced as well? Instead of people walking so far, maybe somehow assist them as well, get on board in using technology where if I'm like 3 kilometers from the taxi rank in some way, use an app that they can also use to get a floating taxi to come fetch me where I am and get me to the, I don't know, maybe I'm hoping for the best that Uber and the taxi industry could somehow work together.
No, I think that's a really, really great question. Look, I don't think it's a secret. There are areas where we collaborate, and it was quite evident from a couple of weeks ago, specifically on the motor product. So this is definitely in progress, and I think exactly to your point, we would love to get to a world where there's mutual collaboration. And I think the motor product is a great example. The taxi associations don't necessarily see this as competitive, but rather collaborative and synergistic, exactly because it can serve a role in transporting passengers from the taxi rank to the last mile. But secondly, there is global technology on minivans that can be applied to taxis, and exactly the use case you mentioned. Again, Uber is in the business of demand generation, and there's a really synergistic opportunity here, and we've seen it working in other markets like Egypt and India, where instead of people having to kind of congregate in one bus stop, you actually have routes defined on the app where these minivans can collect you. And it's a win-win because we get access to new kind of consumers on the platform, and secondly, the taxi associations get access to demand. And I'm sure you'll notice there's a lot of demand chasing that goes on with taxi associations. You have peak time traffic demand in the morning and peak time traffic demand in the evenings, but in between there's a lot of like touting and demand generation. So I think it's a very synergistic opportunity. We have done it in other markets. In South Africa specifically, I think Moto is the first place to kind of collaborate. But I think it's a really symbiotic relationship.
And it would be an injustice if I missed him. Your black jacket blended with the tableware, so I didn't see you. The last question. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Mark. My question is really more just to either one of you can answer. So the question is more, I'm a naive person who doesn't understand how policy is going to prevent my startup from scaling to the point where it needs to scale. So I wanted to find out, could you dumb it down a little bit for me to understand what do I not understand about policy that's going to prevent me from scaling my startup, I guess, to like Google level or Uber level in South Africa?
So many. I'm trying to find a tangible example. Let's say the government comes up with a new policy, right? That says, for instance, there's the audiovisual white paper that the Department of Communications has put out that talks to how the department should look at regulating the audiovisual landscape. Now, that's the big word of saying, how are they going to regulate your streaming platforms, your YouTube platforms, and any other streaming platform you may create as a startup in South Africa? Now, what I always critique when these policies come out is we are developing policies to regulate Google, as opposed to developing policies that talk to how do we stimulate the local ecosystem. If you put out a policy that says you need to be licensed by regulator X and you need to pay a license fee of 500,000 rands per year, that is immediately telling a startup in Soshanguve that is maybe looking at creating a streaming platform just for the community of Soshanguve that you need to have 500,000 to register. So some of the policy conversations that we have are along those lines. How do we create an enabling policy environment so that it does not become inhibitive for a small company to enter into the market? And also, how do you then also create a policy environment that ensures that companies, big companies like Google, like Uber, have the necessary safeguards on their platforms so that consumers are protected? And that's how you strike a balance. So that's one area of policy. There's a lot that comes out in AI. There's a lot of policies that we see on copyright. There's a lot of policies that we're seeing on cloud computing. For instance, there was a cloud policy that was published a couple of years ago. Fortunately, that has changed. The cloud policy basically was recommending that all South African data must be housed in South Africa. Now, if you understand cloud computing and the power of the shifting of data into different jurisdictions, you would understand that by saying that, that means you are automatically limiting the South African cloud capability and capacity. So those are some of the conversations then that we have with government to educate them about how the technology works, so that as they put out policy recommendations, they understand the technology and the unintended consequences that putting out a particular policy could have, particularly on the local sector and the local economy. And I always advocate, we've got another forum that we have with Uber called ePlatform Africa. We always advocate for small businesses to get involved in these conversations, because you are the voice, that is the voice that matters the most. Because if I say it as someone who represents Google, it sounds like I'm advocating for Google, whereas it is a real unintended consequence for a small business. I don't know if you want to.
Thanks. I've got a question for Dipesh. So Dipesh, you speak about Uber drivers as self-employed. And I think that we need to be careful about what the definition of self-employed in the gig economy or the platform economy is. Uber drivers are not freelancers, so they're not Uber drivers because that is their choice. As you pointed out, they come here because they can't find formal employment. Someone who is self-employed is someone who chooses to freelance, to control their time, their salary, etc. The fact is that the Uber drivers are price takers. The prices are determined by Uber. What the share of that is determined by Uber. A lot of examples where when we talk about the intersection of policy and technology, we then think about labor legislation. And it can't be the case that everybody in the platform economy is self-employed and therefore not an employee. Because what that does is it uses platform economies as a mechanism through which companies are able to get away from the obligations of acting as an employer in labor legislation under the guise that they are not the employer. I mean, for example, if an Uber driver gets injured or attacked, they're getting attacked because they are an Uber driver. But they can't access, COIDA, injury on duty, because Uber says they are not our employee. So I just want your thoughts, right, about where do we draw the line? When you talk about 21st century workforce and the benefits of that, I think I'm interested to know at what point does a person have the liberties of being self-employed, and at what point does Uber take on the responsibility of an employer to the extent that it is very prescriptive about what that person can or cannot do? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Very layered question. Look, I think you raised some very valid points. Firstly, I think there's a spectrum of earners on our platform. So there are earners who do this a couple of hours a day, and flexibility is key. There are other earners, like you mentioned, who have no other opportunities, therefore use Uber. I want to just reiterate that there are certain protections available on Uber. For example, on the safety example you mentioned, if an Uber driver is in a safety incident, there's a whole support enabled specifically for them. Then I also want to just talk about two specific examples. So we've seen in other markets where regulators have pushed very hard to reclassify Uber drivers, but just gig economy workers into full-time employees. And what we've actually seen is almost a 70% drop in those opportunities, because economically the power of a platform like an Uber or an Airbnb is you don't have those specific asset-heavy businesses. At the same time, there are other markets like India and Brazil and the UK and some parts of the US where there's a really hybrid structure where drivers are not classified as permanent employees, but they still have some benefits, specifically around protection of unemployment and things of the sort. So I think it's about exactly that, striking a sweet spot between what is equitable and what's needed from a business and an economy perspective. But I'm very happy to have an offline discussion with you to give you more detail on that as well.
And thank you so much to an engaged audience. Thank you so much to the three of you. You thought your session was done, and then it wasn't quite done. Can I then just ask for that group picture that we were trying to get in the end? And whilst you're doing that, we are going to call on Mr. Tseliso Mklomi just to come and give us the final address.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I do believe that the MC have been taking some notes for the sessions, and Lunga will actually just be giving the highlights of each session. But I want to apologize the fact that we were running behind schedule, and I do understand that to some people that is a principle that you should not and cannot break. And I am promising that tomorrow we are going to be on schedule, which basically means when we say we start at 9, we will start at 9. So if we start at 9, you should be where at 9? Here. But once again, thank you so much for coming through. And I do believe that as we go and try and rest and digest the content we have gathered today, that we will have a great night. Lunga.
Thank you. Should be good. Okay. It has been a long day, but it has been a long day that has been so fulfilling in the sense that we have been presented with so much to try and process, so much that we can regurgitate as we head towards the end of the year, which I believe is a time when we realign, refocus, and re-strategize looking into 2026. And so just to give you perhaps a review of the day, my lead MC, because now I'm an assistant, key striker, I'm a midfielder. My job is to find the opportunities through pass, and then she scores. So I'll let you kick us off in our review, and then maybe I'll help you at somewhere in the middle, depending on whether or not you're tired.
Is my mic on? Am I audible? Okay,
Yep.
yes, I'm audible. So today's review, I'm going to start with Prof. Marwala. In his opening address, he called on us to close the digital divide, spotlighted regulation and data sharing, and these gaps are, spotlighted regulation and data sharing, and these gaps are chaotic in nature in as far as simplifying life. He applauded that SA has a strategy that speaks to AI, but warned that we are not where we should. He cautioned that we must use technology to bring us closer together and not further apart, lest we act. Lest we act, we shall be an offering, and not the ones who offered appeasement in relation to the 4IR. Mr. Lloyd Cheho spoke of two horizons, both requiring academia and the workforce to create the new frontiers. Spotlighted that to be where we wish to be, we must be deliberate in our actions and have a foresight. He emphasized on collaboration, that it can lead to new economic channels and propel us to function beyond just limited. Mr. Mutibi Ramusi said that we must make sure that there is no divide between rural and urban development when it comes to this technological advances. He then said energy is critical to powering the innovation that is being undertaken, and that we can turn adverse into solutions, and AI has already begun to help us move forward as a people. He then said it has the power to restore our dignity as people. Ramusi warned that AI has no place for biasness, and so that we must guard against that. And Prof. Karim emphasized that AI must learn our African values, and that we have moved from computer to AI literacy, that in the future we protect human rights and democratic rights.
I thought you were just going to run through. Okay. From Prof. Karim, we then saw, or we had Ayabonga Kawe, who posited that technological advancements must be neutral and must have the interest of the people. Otherwise, for whom are we making the changes? And the examples he then made, in particular to the floors that are out in Gqeberha or Port Elizabeth. And then we also learned that STI is different in the medical sector as it is here. I just want to insert that. Then Dr. Nompumelelo focused on research and technologies that are sitting in shelves without translation. So it is good that we are gathering and we are coming up with all this unique IP. We are using fancy lingos and acronyms, as somebody said to us, and all of that gets approved and it sits on a shelf, and actually the 62 million people that are back at home who are looking for these answers don't have access to such research. Mr. Banks highlighted that we are not in control of the policies. As a solution, we are breathing thinkers who are ready to work. Therefore, we need to build systems that work. He also highlighted that he wants to see policies that are connecting with entrepreneurs. And on 2 occasions today, as an entrepreneur, I felt like, the fire in me is being, there's fuel being poured into it, because we were addressing, or there were examples that were made in particular that entrepreneurs are facing that, can frustrate you out of the system. And then we also heard from Mr. Kawe speaking and highlighting that the challenges or the challenge that is faced in the market is the expense that comes with incubation. And so he said, we want innovation to have a basis of commercialization. In the last panel, underpinned by our partner in Uber, we saw how the platform economy is changing the narrative of how employment looks, as well as driving immense contributions towards the GDP. And I mean, even in the post-panel discussion engagements, we see how different people in different sectors are engaging with these platforms, how the platform sees the platform in relation to the economy, and how the people see the platform in relation to the community. Mr. Thomas spotlighted that we are not in the process of waiting and preparing for the future, but rather we are in the middle of an agile and generative future that requires us to be flexible in our approach. Sis Abongile mentioned, and by the way, can I just mention, do not be surprised next time if you hear that I'm working for Google, because I've just discovered Sis Abongile stays 15 kilometers from my village. I hope she can hear me. Sis Abongile mentioned that we all have the responsibility to collaborate and work together as we develop a future. She further highlights that in order to gain consumer trust, there is a need to have guardrails in place, but still present the opportunity for innovation, which I think speaks to that latter question surrounding human resources and basic employment security in relation to Uber drivers. And so the whole day can be summed up as follows: 5 points. Policy is everything. It can inspire or stifle innovation. Number 3, as exciting as the new technologies are, we have to take care that we do not do so at the cost of human dignity and basic human rights. We must ensure we do not repeat the mistakes of the past in developing and being innovative in silos for a particular group of people, disenfranchising another group of people, which I think underscores the backdrop of South Africa, really. Government and private sector must meet intentionally if we are to succeed in our quest of being world leaders in this innovation, which I think was underscored by the opening remarks by Prof. Tinyiko, and the host of examples that he used, which really underpinned that if we want to lead, we have to innovate, but we must meet intentionally. And so we thank you for intentionally choosing to spend day 1 or the 1st of October with us here at the 4th installment of the Future of Work Dialogue, and hopefully you'll be intentional tomorrow morning when the alarm rings to say, I'm going to get out of bed, I'm going to go, and it's going to be a good day too, because lest we be intentional, everything is just for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. I think now you can go and enjoy yourselves at home. You rest enough, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, and just for those who are streaming, and for those of you who are going to use us as an excuse, to the wives and husbands at home, the event ended at 22:05. It did not run any longer. Please drive safe. We'll see you tomorrow.